Hello beautiful people. Welcome to Supreme Harry. In today's episode, we explore, what if Fawkes bonded Harry at age 6 and burned every Horcrux while Dumbledore watched his 50-year plan collapse live? Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The Bird Who Left the Cupboard Under the Stairs at Number 4, Privet Drive smelled like dust and old shoes and the particular kind of loneliness that settles into wood over years. Harry Potter had lived in it for as long as he could remember, which at 6 years old wasn't very long, but felt like forever in the way that only childhood misery can. He had learned to be quiet. Not silent. Silence drew attention, made Aunt Petunia check on him with that pinched expression she wore when she thought he might be doing something wrong simply by existing, but quiet in the way of small animals who understand instinctively that the world is larger than they are and not particularly interested in their comfort. He had learned which floorboards creaked. He had learned that Dudley's bedroom door swung open without sound if you lifted the handle slightly while turning it, which was useful information even though Harry had no reason to go in there. He had learned that he could read almost anything if he held it close to the strip of light that came under the cupboard door in the evenings, after Vernon turned the television on in the lounge and stopped paying attention to the rest of the house. He was reading an encyclopedia about birds when Fawkes found him. It wasn't dramatic, the way Harry would later try to explain it to Hermione, who always wanted things to have clear causal chains. There was no clap of thunder, no surge of magic, no dramatic entrance through a window. One moment Harry was lying on his stomach on his thin mattress, reading about the migration patterns of Arctic terns, and the next moment something warm settled on the floor beside him and the cupboard filled with a gentle, amber light that had no source he could identify. He looked up. The bird was enormous, that was his first thought. Its feathers were red and gold, the kind of colors Harry had seen in photographs of sunsets but never in living things, and its eyes were dark and very old in the way that certain eyes are old regardless of the face around them. It sat on the floor of his cupboard with the easy dignity of something that had never once been told it didn't belong somewhere, and it looked at him with an attention so complete that Harry felt, for the first time in his life, genuinely seen. He should have been frightened. He wasn't. "Hello," he said. The bird tilted its head. "I was reading about Arctic terns," Harry said, because it seemed rude not to continue the conversation. "They migrate further than any other bird. Pole to pole. Something like 70,000 kilometers." The bird made a sound low in its throat that wasn't quite a song, more the suggestion of a song, the way a fire sounds before it properly catches. And then it stepped forward, neat and deliberate, and put its head against Harry's hand. The warmth that moved through him was nothing like the accidental magic that happened sometimes when he was scared or angry, the time he'd ended up on the school roof, the time he'd turned his teacher's wig blue without meaning to. This was intentional. Focused. It moved through his chest like something finding its place, like the click of a lock opening that you didn't know was closed, and Harry sat very still because it felt important not to disturb it. When it finished, the bird pulled back and looked at him again. "Are you staying?" Harry asked. The warmth in his chest expanded briefly, the way a candle flame leans toward a breath. He decided that meant yes. He named the bird Fawkes. He didn't know why, the name surfaced from somewhere he couldn't identify, the way dreams sometimes leave feelings without images, and when he said it aloud the bird's feathers rippled with something that might have been approval. Harry was careful not to read too much into this, because he was 6 and already understood that wanting things too badly was a reliable way to make them disappear. But Fawkes didn't disappear. He was there in the morning when Harry woke to Aunt Petunia's sharp knock on the cupboard door, sitting on the small shelf beside Harry's library books with the particular stillness of something that had been there all night and intended to be there tomorrow as well. Harry had a moment of pure panic, if Aunt Petunia opened the door, if she saw, but the knock was followed by footsteps retreating toward the kitchen, and when Harry looked again, Fawkes had simply become less present. Not invisible exactly, but difficult to focus on, like a word you know but can't quite bring to the front of your mind. Harry dressed quietly and went to make breakfast. Over the next 3 weeks, he learned several things. First, Fawkes could make himself impossible to notice when he chose, and he chose this consistently around the Dursleys, which Harry found both practical and deeply satisfying. Second, Fawkes communicated in feelings, not words, specific, clear feelings that Harry was beginning to translate into something like language. Warmth was agreement or affirmation. A low, thrumming vibration through the bond. Harry had started thinking of it as a bond, because it was in his chest and permanent and felt like a second heartbeat, was warning or caution. The specific bright flare that Harry was coming to associate with urgency or importance. And something deeper and slower that he hadn't found a word for yet, but that felt like the opposite of alone. Third, Fawkes had opinions. Strong ones. He demonstrated this most clearly on the fourth day, when Vernon came home in a foul mood from work and hit Harry across the back of the head hard enough to make his ears ring. It wasn't the first time. Harry had a sophisticated internal taxonomy of what kinds of bad moods led to what kinds of consequences, and he'd miscalculated today, but it was the first time since Fawkes arrived, and the response was immediate and extraordinary. Vernon's hand closed on Harry's collar and the kitchen filled with light. Not fire. Harry understood later that Fawkes was restraining himself, choosing precision over the scorched earth option he'd clearly considered, but light, brilliant and golden and accompanied by a sound that wasn't sound exactly, more a pressure against the eardrums, and Vernon Dursley stumbled backward into the refrigerator with an expression Harry had never seen on his face before. His eyes were white around the irises. He was breathing in short, panicked gasps. Fawkes stood on the kitchen counter, visible now, every feather lit from within, and looked at Vernon with an expression that required no translation. Harry stood very still. "What?" Vernon said, in a voice he'd never used before in Harry's presence. "Small. Uncertain. What is that?" "His name is Fawkes," Harry said. "He's mine." Vernon's mouth worked. He looked at Fawkes, who was still looking at him with that steady, incandescent attention, and the color drained from his face in a way Harry found extremely interesting. "You keep it away from me," Vernon said, and left the kitchen, and didn't hit Harry again. Not ever. The threat apparently didn't need to be restated. Petunia was harder. She had a different relationship to fear than Vernon, where he was straightforward about being frightened. She simply reorganized her understanding of reality around the new information without acknowledging it directly. She looked at Fawkes with an expression Harry couldn't read, something complicated behind her eyes, and then she looked at Harry and her mouth did something strange. "You'll want proper meals," she said. "You're too thin." Harry blinked. "I'm fine." "You're not," she said, with the flat certainty of someone stating something they've known for longer than they've admitted. "You'll eat at the table from now on." She turned back to the stove. Harry looked at Fawkes, who radiated something smug and deeply satisfied. "Did you do something?" Harry asked quietly. Fawkes didn't look at him, but the warmth in Harry's chest pulsed once, innocently. The first Horcrux burned in the middle of a Wednesday night when Harry was asleep. He didn't know that's what it was. He wouldn't have the vocabulary for it for years. He knew only that he woke at 2:30 in the morning to the sensation of Fawkes leaving, the bond going stretched and thin the way a rubber band feels at its limit, and then the distant sense of something burning. Not pain, the opposite of pain, actually, the way a fever breaks and you suddenly register how wrong you felt before. He sat up in his cupboard in the dark and pressed his hand to his chest and waited. Fawkes came back 20 minutes later trailing smoke and satisfaction. He landed on Harry's mattress, tucked his head under his wing, and went to sleep with the complete unconcern of someone who had done something necessary and considered the matter settled. Harry sat with the ember warmth of the restored bond and watched the strip of light under the door and thought about fires that burned things that needed burning. In the morning he found, tucked into the corner of his shelf, a small blackened spiral of something that had once been paper. He picked it up and it crumbled between his fingers. He didn't know what it had been. But it felt important, so he held the ash carefully and thought about it for a long time, and eventually concluded that whatever it was, the world was better with it gone. He brushed his hands clean and went to make breakfast and didn't mention it to anyone. 400 miles north of Privet Drive, in a circular office filled with silver instruments and the portraits of sleeping headmasters, Albus Dumbledore sat very still in his chair and looked at the space where Fawkes's perch had stood for 43 years. The perch was still there. The bird was not. He had noticed Fawkes's absence the morning after it happened, coming in early, as he often did, to find the office feeling different in a way that took him several seconds to identify. The instruments were all ticking. The portraits were sleeping. The perch stood empty in the corner by the window, and there was a single red gold feather on the floor beneath it. Dumbledore had picked up the feather and held it for a very long time. Phoenixes couldn't be kept. He knew this better than almost anyone. He'd written a monograph on the subject in 1952, for Transfiguration Today, and he'd spent 43 years carefully not applying his own conclusions to his specific situation. Fawkes had chosen him. He'd told himself this. Fawkes had stayed because the bond was genuine, because he was the kind of person a phoenix chose, and if he told himself that story enough times with enough conviction it acquired the texture of truth. Now the perch was empty and the feather was cooling in his palm, and Albus Dumbledore sat with the unpleasant experience of understanding something he had successfully avoided understanding for decades. Fawkes hadn't stayed because Dumbledore was worthy. Fawkes had stayed because Dumbledore had been useful, or necessary, or because whatever the phoenix was waiting for hadn't happened yet. And now, apparently, it had. He set the feather on his desk and folded his hands and thought about Harry Potter, age 6, living at number 4, Privet Drive, because of a decision Dumbledore had made 5 years ago that he'd spent every year since occasionally questioning and promptly convincing himself had been correct. The blood wards were still active. He could feel them, faintly, through the protections he maintained on the property. Harry was there. Harry was safe. And Fawkes was also there, apparently, because where else would a phoenix go? Dumbledore sat with this information and felt, for the first time in quite a while, the specific cold sensation of a plan beginning to develop complications. He reached for the small silver instrument on his desk that monitored the state of Tom Riddle's. He still thought of him as Tom Riddle when he was being honest with himself, various anchors. It was a delicate piece of work, keyed to the particular dark resonance of each object, and it had sat in the corner of his desk for 8 years quietly confirming that all 7 remained intact and stable. He picked it up. 6 lights burned steadily. 1 had gone out. He sat with this for a long moment, turning the instrument in his hands, watching the 6 remaining lights pulse with their slow, horrible regularity. The diary. Tom's earliest attempt, made during his Hogwarts years, sloppy in construction and powerful in malice. Gone. Burned. If the instrument was reading correctly, there was a particular signature to Phoenix fire, unmistakable and absolute, the kind of destruction that left nothing at all. Dumbledore set the instrument down very carefully. The plan had always accounted for the possibility that Harry might stumble across a Horcrux prematurely. He had structured things to prevent this. The diary was in Lucius Malfoy's possession and unlikely to surface until Ginny Weasley's first year, according to the probable trajectory of events. He'd been prepared to manage that situation carefully, to limit the damage, to keep the essential structure intact. He had not accounted for Fawkes. He stood and went to the window and looked out at the grounds, dark and quiet in the early morning, and thought about a 6-year-old boy with a phoenix and tried to calculate, with the part of his mind that was always calculating, how much this changed. Quite a lot, was the answer. Potentially everything. And he stood with that knowledge and let it settle, and then he straightened his robes and went downstairs to begin the work of figuring out what to do about it. He was not, he told himself firmly, worried. Complications could be managed. Plans could be adjusted. A phoenix bond was powerful but not unprecedented, and Harry was still a child, still in Surrey, still protected by the wards and, more importantly, still ignorant of the full shape of things. He simply needed to be careful. He didn't, he told himself, need to go to Surrey. That would alarm the Dursleys and alert Harry to levels of scrutiny he didn't need to be aware of. He would simply monitor the situation, through his usual channels, and make adjustments as necessary. He repeated this to himself firmly all the way down the moving staircase. By the time he reached the bottom, the silver instrument on his desk behind him had begun to tick differently. Slightly faster. Like a clock that knows something is coming. At number 4, Privet Drive, Harry was teaching himself to read the feelings Fawkes sent him with more precision. He'd started keeping a small notebook, one of Dudley's discarded ones, the pages mostly blank after Dudley had given up on whatever project had inspired its purchase, and writing down his observations the way he'd seen scientists do in the books he borrowed from the library. Warmth, yes; agreement, comfort. The vibration, warning, pay attention. The flare, important, look now. The deep slow thing, no word yet. He'd filled 3 pages with careful observations and was beginning to suspect that what he was doing was learning a language. Fawkes watched him work with evident interest, occasionally reaching over to tap the page with one talon, which Harry had learned to interpret as approval. "You're doing something," Harry said one afternoon, looking up from his notebook. "Aren't you? The trips you take at night. You're not just going for a fly." Fawkes looked at him steadily. "You're burning things," Harry said. Not a question. The knowledge had been accumulating quietly for weeks, small pieces that only made sense as one picture. The way Fawkes came back smelling of deep heat. The way the bond felt stretched and then released, like something had been resolved. The way Harry sometimes woke with the sensation that the world was slightly cleaner than it had been when he went to sleep. Things that are bad. Fawkes made the sound that wasn't quite a song. "Okay," Harry said. He chewed on his pencil. "Do I need to help? Or is it, are you handling it?" A pulse of warmth, steady and certain. "Handling it," Harry translated. "Okay." He looked back at his notebook. "I just want to know things. I don't like not knowing things." The deep slow feeling moved through his chest, the one he hadn't found a word for yet, and Harry sat with it for a moment and then wrote in his notebook, very carefully, "The deep one equals not alone. Or maybe, you matter. Can't decide." He stared at it for a long time. Then he underlined it twice and turned the page and started a new section titled Questions I Need Answers To, and wrote for the better part of an hour. The second Horcrux, Slytherin's locket, which had been sitting in a glass cabinet in the drawing room of the Black family townhouse at Grimmauld Place, gathering dust behind a notice-me-not charm that Fawkes's fire sense cut through like it wasn't there, burned on a Thursday in late October, 5 months after the first. Dumbledore's instrument lost its second light. He sat with the instrument for a very long time that night, in his office with the fire low and the portrait sleeping and the particular silence of a room where someone has run out of easy reassurances. 5 left. Harry was 6 years old. Fawkes was burning them systematically, which meant intelligently, which meant that whatever he was doing in Surrey wasn't just providing comfort to an isolated child, he was teaching, preparing, and Harry Potter was being shaped by something that wasn't Albus Dumbledore and wasn't following Albus Dumbledore's timeline. He needed to think about this carefully. The essential facts were these: for his plan to work, for Voldemort to be defeated in a way that actually stuck, Harry needed to walk into Voldemort's presence and die. Not be killed, choose it. The sacrifice had to be willing. The magic Lily Potter had invoked, the old magic that Dumbledore had spent 17 years understanding and building toward, required an active choice from Harry at the critical moment. He'd been working backward from that requirement for years, constructing a life for Harry that would produce exactly the kind of person who would make that choice, someone who loved deeply, who understood sacrifice, who had been told just enough and not too much. A Phoenix bond complicated this considerably. A Phoenix bond meant Harry would know things. Feel things. Have access to a kind of magic that didn't require being uninformed or emotionally managed. More critically, a Phoenix bond meant Harry was not alone. The plan required, at a structural level, that at the moment of decision Harry was the only person with full knowledge of what was required. Other people knowing, other people who might object or intervene or offer alternatives, was not something the plan could accommodate. Fawkes, Dumbledore thought grimly, was essentially the most effective possible disruption to every layer of the plan simultaneously. He looked at the 5 remaining lights and did what he was very good at doing, he began to adapt. If the Horcruxes were going, if Fawkes was burning them, systematically, without Harry needing to chase them across the country and risk his life, then that was, objectively, progress. It removed the most dangerous variables from the middle of the plan. If all the Horcruxes burned before Voldemort's physical return, the final confrontation would be simpler in structure, if more complex in other ways. The piece that didn't adapt easily was the last Horcrux. The one Dumbledore had never told anyone about, had barely allowed himself to think about directly, kept in a locked room of his mind he visited only when necessary. The Horcrux that wasn't in a locket or a diary or a cup. Harry himself. Fawkes couldn't burn that one. Could he? Dumbledore sat with the fire and the silver instrument and the uncomfortable sensation of being in a situation he didn't fully control, and thought for a very long time. Summer moved into autumn at Privet Drive with a steadiness that Harry found quietly remarkable. The house was different now, not warm exactly, the Dursleys were not warm people, but the specific cruelty had been replaced by a kind of arm's-length functionality, as if they'd reached a corporate agreement about acceptable behavior and were adhering to the terms. He ate at the table. He had a proper bedroom, not the cupboard, which Petunia had begun looking at with something like shame, actually, in the small room across from the bathroom that had been used for storage. He had a bed with a real pillow. Dudley still didn't like him. Dudley had decided that whatever Fawkes was, it fell into the category of things that were wrong about Harry, and avoided Harry with the determined focus of someone who decided the safest policy was simply never to be in the same room. Harry found this a perfectly workable arrangement. He spent the time reading everything he could get from the library, returned and replaced on a 2-week cycle, biology, history, geography, physics in the way it was explained to people who weren't physicists yet, mythology, mathematics. He was good at mathematics in a way that surprised his teachers, who had been told various things about Harry Potter and expected various things that didn't include a quiet 6-year-old asking whether infinity was really a number or just a direction. He was also, more quietly, learning from Fawkes. The bond wasn't a teaching tool exactly, Fawkes didn't push information at him the way a book did. But it was a kind of compass, a constant orientation toward things that mattered and away from things that didn't, and Harry had the developing sense that he was being prepared for something large without being told what it was. He didn't mind this. He'd lived 6 years in a house where information was kept from him as a matter of policy, and the difference between Fawkes and the Dursleys was that Fawkes withheld things because they weren't time yet, not because Harry was supposed to remain ignorant. He could feel the difference. It mattered. He asked questions into the bond sometimes, lying in bed at night with Fawkes warm beside him. Not always in words, he was getting better at the other kind, the felt questions, the wondering toward. Why did the world feel like it was expecting something from him? Why did certain things feel dangerous in ways he couldn't see? Who was he, actually, underneath the version the Dursleys had decided he was? Fawkes always answered. Not in words he could transcribe into his notebook, but in something warmer and more certain than words: you are more than this. Wait. Learn. There is time. And at the bottom, always, always, like a pulse, you are not alone. Harry would close his eyes and hold on to that, and in the morning he would get up and read another chapter of whatever book was on the stack and ask his teachers questions they weren't equipped to answer and wait, with 6-year-old patience that was really the patience of someone who's learned that waiting is survivable, for the world to explain itself. In December, the 3rd Horcrux burned. Hufflepuff's cup, in a Gringotts vault, behind wards that had been built to stop humans and had nothing in their design to account for a phoenix moving through them like light through water. Fawkes was gone for nearly an hour that night, long enough that Harry woke and sat up and waited, the bond stretched to its limit and humming with focused effort. When Fawkes came back, he was tired. Harry had never seen him tired before. It was visible in the way he landed, less than his usual imperious grace, and in the way he tucked himself against Harry's side and was very still. Harry sat with him quietly, one hand resting on the warm feathers. Was that one hard? He asked softly. A faint pulse. Yes. Okay. He sat with that. Is there more? Another pulse. Slower. Complicated. More, but not tonight. Okay, Harry said again. He lay back down carefully so as not to disturb the weight of the bird against him. We don't have to rush. Fawkes made the deep sound, the one that felt like foundations, like bedrock, and Harry closed his eyes and felt the bond settle back to its normal warmth, slightly richer than before, and slept. Dumbledore's instrument lost its third light. He found out in the morning and sat very still for 22 minutes, which was unusual for him. He was generally not a person given to stillness. 3 Horcruxes gone. Harry Potter was 6 years old and had a phoenix who appeared to be conducting a methodical campaign against the anchors of Voldemort's immortality with no input from Dumbledore's plan whatsoever. The instrument's remaining 4 lights pulsed steadily, the ring in the gaunt shack, the diadem in the room of requirement, Nagini, and the one he tried not to name. He pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward him and began to write. Carefully. The way he always wrote when the situation required absolute precision and he couldn't afford to let sentiment interfere with strategy. Adjustments needed, he wrote at the top. He looked at it for a moment. Then, below it, he wrote, Fawkes has made his choice. The question is what Harry will make of it. He stared at those 2 sentences for a long time. Then he set down his quill and went to stand at the window and look out at the winter grounds and think about a boy in Surrey who was growing up with fire in his chest and an ancient bird teaching him that the world was bigger than a cupboard under the stairs, and tried very hard to calculate how much of his 50-year plan was still salvageable. The answer kept coming back smaller than he wanted. He folded his hands behind his back and looked at the sky and said nothing to anyone, because there was no one he could tell. This was, he realized, the first time in a very long time that he'd had a problem he couldn't solve by talking around it. He was very good at talking around things. He'd built an entire career on it. He straightened his robes. He went back to his desk. He began writing a very long letter to Minerva McGonagall about the upcoming term's curriculum, which had nothing to do with Harry Potter and was instead the kind of ordinary professional communication that reminded him he was still in control of most things. In Surrey, Harry was eating breakfast at the table for the 100th morning in a row, reading a library book about the history of goblin civilization, with Fawkes warm and invisible on the back of his chair, and the 4 remaining lights on Dumbledore's instrument pulsed in the quiet office, and the day went on, and the world kept quietly, unstoppably changing. January brought a cold that settled into the Privet Drive house and stayed, and Harry spent most of it reading and thinking and having, for the first time in his life, a series of genuinely happy days. They were small happinesses. He finished a book he loved. He solved a mathematics problem that had been bothering him for a week. He sat in the garden on a rare clear afternoon with Fawkes visible in the pale winter sunlight, the 2 of them comfortable in the specific silence of beings who don't need to explain themselves to each other, and watched a pair of starlings argue over something in the hedge, and felt something that took him a while to identify because it was unfamiliar. Content. He sat with it carefully, the way he sat with new feelings, examining it. It was softer than happy. More durable. It didn't require anything, it was just there, the way warmth is just there when you're close enough to a fire. He looked at Fawkes, who was watching the starlings with the dignified attention of a creature that is above such squabbles but finds them interesting nonetheless. Thank you, Harry said. For coming. Fawkes turned his head and looked at him with those old, dark eyes. The deep slow feeling moved through Harry's chest, not alone, you matter, something even larger than those things, and Harry nodded as if something had been confirmed. Okay, he said. I know. He turned back to the starlings, who had apparently resolved their dispute and flown off, leaving the hedge in silence. I know, he said again, more quietly, and didn't feel the need to say anything else. The bond pulsed, steady as a heartbeat. Above them, the January sky was very clear and very blue, and somewhere in Scotland an old man was adding an asterisk to a 50-year plan and refusing to acknowledge, even to himself, how many of the assumptions underneath it had just quietly caught fire. Harry Potter was 6 years old. He had a phoenix, a notebook full of observations, a bedroom with a real pillow, and the growing conviction that the world was full of things he didn't know yet and that he intended, thoroughly and systematically, to find out. He was not, he thought, in any kind of hurry. The world, on the other hand, was. Chapter 2, The Boy Who Knew the Privet Drive library card had a limit of 12 books at a time, which Harry had decided was one of the great injustices of his life. He worked around it by reading faster and returning more often, showing up at the library on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons with his bicycle and his worn canvas bag and a list of what he needed next, and Mrs. Albright at the front desk had long since stopped looking surprised at the titles he brought to the counter. Principles of Ancient Law and Custom, she read, scanning the spine. Harry, you're 9. I know, he said. Do you have anything on magical legal systems? I've been looking through the European history section but it's mostly Roman. She looked at him over her reading glasses. We have a section on folklore. I've read most of it, he said. Is there a way to request books from other branches? He left 20 minutes later with 11 books, a request slip for 3 more from the central branch in the next town, and the quiet satisfaction of someone who has extracted maximum value from an interaction. He loaded the bag into his bicycle basket and rode home through the February cold with Fawkes invisible somewhere overhead. He couldn't see him, but he could feel him, the bond warm and steady in his chest like a compass needle that never moved. He was 9. In 2 years, something was going to happen. He didn't know the details yet, Fawkes couldn't or wouldn't give him specifics, just the feeling of a threshold approaching, of things building towards something, but he'd been preparing for 2 years with the methodical focus of someone who's decided that ignorance is the one luxury he can't afford. He knew he was a wizard. He'd worked that out at 7, with Fawkes's patient confirmation, sitting in the garden with his notebook and a list of everything strange that had ever happened to him. The roof incident. The wig. The time he'd accidentally made Dudley's hair grow back after Vernon shaved it as punishment for something Harry couldn't now remember. The way things occasionally just happened when he needed them to, like the world was listening and occasionally chose to cooperate. He knew about phoenixes, everything the library had, which wasn't much, but was enough to tell him that what he and Fawkes had was unusual in ways that the books could describe but not explain. Most of what he'd read described phoenixes as unknownable, unbondable, creatures of pure instinct that occasionally chose to assist a witch or wizard for reasons that were their own business entirely. No book had anything useful to say about what a full bond meant. He was building his own understanding of that, entry by entry in his notebook. He knew that magic was real and structured, had rules, had history, had politics he was only beginning to map, and that somewhere out there was a school that taught it, because Fawkes had confirmed this in a specific way. He confirmed things that Harry was already close to knowing, not telling him, but letting the certainty settle into the bond when Harry's thinking got close enough to the truth. He didn't know who he was, specifically. He had a scar on his forehead shaped like a bolt of lightning, and Aunt Petunia's expression when she looked at it was different from her expression for most things, more complicated, with something underneath it that he was fairly sure was guilt. He'd asked her about it once, directly, because he'd reached the age where direct questions seemed more efficient than piecing things together. You had an accident, she said. When you were a baby. What kind of accident? The kind that leaves scars. She turned back to the sink. Don't pick at it. He didn't pick at it. He filed accident, Petunia deflecting, check later in his mental catalog and moved on, because there were things he could research now and things he'd need to wait for, and he was getting better at knowing the difference. March of his 9th year, Fawkes burned the 4th Horcrux. Harry knew it was the 4th because he'd been counting, the bond sense of Fawkes leaving with that particular focused intensity, the return smelling of deep heat and resolution, the absence of something in the world that he could feel peripherally even though he couldn't name it. 4 times now. Whatever Fawkes was burning, there had been 4 of them, and something told him there were more. He sat up in bed and waited for Fawkes to settle and then said, carefully, into the quiet, how many more? Fawkes was quiet for a moment. Then, 3 pulses, distinct. 3. 3 more. He sat with that. And then it's done. A slower pulse. Complicated. Not done, Harry translated. 3 more and then something else. The deep feeling, resonant and certain. Something to do with me, Harry said. Not a question. Fawkes turned his head and looked at him in the dark, and Harry felt the bond do something it hadn't done before, a kind of opening, a sense of something vast and patient waiting just past what he could currently see. You'll tell me when I need to know, Harry said. Warmth. Absolute and simple. Okay. He lay back down. I trust you. He meant it completely, which was extraordinary for a 9-year-old who had spent his first 6 years learning very carefully which things could be trusted and which things only looked like they could. But the bond was not like looking. The bond was like knowing, and it was the first thing in his life that had never once felt like it was managing him. He fell asleep quickly, which was also something he'd had to learn. Sleeping when sleep was available, thinking when thinking was required. Economy of energy. He was 9 and already operating like someone who understood that the things coming toward him would require him to be rested. In Scotland, Dumbledore's instrument registered its 4th extinction and he sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling and let himself feel, for a moment, genuinely alarmed. The ring was gone. He had been planning to retrieve the ring himself, had been building toward it, had even located the gaunt shack, had done the preliminary research on the enchantments around it. He'd known about the curse on it, the lethal enchantment that would have killed anyone who put it on without preparation, had even told himself he could survive it if he was careful, though he'd known the lie in that. Now Fawkes had burned it. No curse. No lost hand. No gradual fatal poisoning that would have given him, at most, a year. He was, objectively, not going to die of the ring. He sat with the complicated experience of feeling relieved and outmaneuvered simultaneously. 3 lights left. The diadem. Nagini. And the one he never looked at directly. He stood abruptly and went to make tea because it was something to do, something ordinary and process-oriented that kept the mind from following certain thoughts to their conclusions. He had become, over 50 years, very good at redirecting his own attention. It was practically an art form. The difficulty was that Fawkes burning the ring meant the timeline had collapsed. His plan had assumed a certain shape to things, Harry arriving at Hogwarts ignorant, being guided carefully through 6 years of escalating danger, arriving at the final moment prepared for sacrifice in the specific way Dumbledore had designed. A phoenix bond threw the entire architecture into question, because a phoenix bond meant Harry wasn't ignorant, wasn't being guided, and wasn't, this was the part that kept the headmaster awake, going to do anything he hadn't decided to do. He needed to see Harry. He needed to understand what the boy had become. He had 3 more years before Hogwarts. He could wait, he supposed, observe, monitor, let Harry arrive at school on the expected schedule and assess from there. Or he could, he set down his tea. No. Direct contact too early was a mistake. Harry would ask questions. Harry, with Fawkes, would have good instincts about which answers were complete and which weren't, and Dumbledore was not at all confident he could manage that conversation without revealing more than was strategic. He would wait. He would watch. And he would think, very carefully, about what the final variable in his plan required and whether there was any version of events in which it could resolve differently than he'd always assumed. He stood at his window for a long time. The moon was up over the castle, silver on the lake. He had told himself, for 11 years, that it was the only way. For the first time, he wasn't sure he was right. Harry went to Gringotts for the first time on a Tuesday in August, 2 weeks before his 10th birthday. He'd planned it carefully, the way he planned things that required precision. Petunia drove him to London, she'd started doing this, small compensatory things that she never explained and he never asked about, as if they'd negotiated a treaty whose terms were understood without being stated, and he navigated to Diagon Alley through the leaky cauldron with Fawkes riding invisible on his shoulder and the specific calm of someone who's done the reconnaissance and knows where they're going. The magical world was interesting. He'd been expecting interesting. He'd read everything the Muggle library had about magical culture, which wasn't much but was something, and Fawkes had given him enough bond sense to understand the shape of things even without specifics. But the reality was different from the reading in the way realities always were. More textured. More varied. The smells of the apothecary, the sound of Flourish and Blot's door, the specific quality of light in a street where people carried wands as casually as pens. He walked through it with open eyes and catalogued things, the way he always did. What he'd need to understand. What he'd need to come back for. Gringotts was exactly as impressive as he'd expected, which was to say, enormously. He walked in, took in the vaulted ceilings and the rows of goblins at their counters, and went to the nearest available teller without breaking stride. "Harry Potter," he said. "I'd like to discuss my accounts, please." The goblin looked at him. Goblins had a particular way of looking at things, comprehensive and slightly contemptuous, like an appraiser who's been asked to value something they haven't decided about yet. Harry looked back steadily. "Identification," the goblin said. Harry had researched this. He pressed his thumb to the small stone disc the goblin slid across the counter, and watched it flare gold. "Potter," the goblin said, with a slightly different intonation. A senior teller appeared at Harry's elbow almost immediately, Ragnarok, according to the nameplate, and led him to a private office with the efficiency of someone who decided that whoever this child was, the account size suggested he deserved a chair. The accounts took 40 minutes to review and left Harry sitting very still, doing mental arithmetic. "This is the total," Ragnarok said, sliding a parchment across the desk. "The family vault, the trust vault, and the 7 secondary holdings that have been accumulating interest since my parents died," Harry said. "Since the Potter accounts reverted to Solaire status," Ragnarok said, with the diplomatic precision of a professional. Harry looked at the number on the parchment. He'd known there would be money, Fawkes had confirmed that much, but the scale of it was something he filed away carefully, because he'd learned that large numbers required careful thinking and not immediate emotional responses. "What can I access?" he asked. "Your trust vault is fully accessible from your 11th birthday. The family vault at majority, 17, unless a guardian." "I don't have a guardian," Harry said. "I have a magical guardian." Ragnarok paused. "The appointed guardian is Albus Dumbledore," Harry said. "Yes. Is there a process for reviewing or altering that arrangement?" The goblin looked at him with new attention. "At wizarding majority, 17, you would have full authority to, before 17, Harry said. "Is there a process?" There was a pause that was, Harry thought, the goblin equivalent of a raised eyebrow. "With a Wisengamot petition and demonstrated capacity," Ragnarok said slowly. "It's uncommon for a minor." "Uncommon," Harry repeated. "Not impossible." "Not impossible," the goblin agreed, in the tone of someone who's revised their initial assessment and hasn't decided yet whether to be impressed or alarmed. Harry nodded and made a note in his notebook, physical, small, kept in his inside pocket, and then looked up with the polite efficiency of someone wrapping up a business meeting. "I'd like full documentation of all account activity since my parents' deaths. And I'd like to understand what my parents will specify about my guardianship arrangement." Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. Then he said, carefully, "That documentation exists. I'd like to see it. Mr. Potter." The goblin set down his quill. "That documentation has not been accessed by any party since the will was filed." Harry looked at him. "It hasn't been read? By anyone?" "It was filed and sealed," Ragnarok said. "Standard procedure for a, whose decision was that?" The goblin looked at him for a long moment. "That information is in the documentation." "Then I'd like the documentation," Harry said, and his voice was perfectly even, perfectly calm, and underneath the calm was something that wasn't anger exactly. Anger was hot and imprecise, and Harry had learned early that it cost more than it was worth, but was the cold, clear sense of a thing that needed to be understood. Ragnarok produced the documents. Harry sat in the private Gringotts office for another hour and read every word. He didn't tell Petunia what he'd found. He told her the meeting had been about his accounts and that everything was in order, which was true in the way that incomplete information is technically true. She drove home without asking further questions, which was one of the things about the current arrangement that worked. He sat in his room that evening with the documents, copies, Ragnarok had made copies, Gringotts kept originals in fireproof stone, and Fawkes on his shoulder, and read through them again. James and Lily Potter's will had been explicit. In the event of their deaths, guardianship of Harry James Potter was to pass to Sirius Orion Black, godfather, or in the event of Sirius Black's death or incapacitation, to Frank and Alice Longbottom. Albus Dumbledore was not mentioned in the document at any point except as the officiating wizard at the will's signing. Harry read this section 3 times. Then he read the section on the family estate, which specified that all Potter holdings were to be maintained in trust for Harry until his 17th birthday, managed by Gringotts directly with no individual having authority to direct investments or withdrawals during that period. This section appeared to have been followed. The accounts were intact. He set the document down and looked at his hands. Sirius Black. He turned the name over. He knew the name, from what, he wasn't sure, some peripheral fragment of something he'd overheard once or read somewhere, a name that rang faintly and then went silent. The will said Godfather. The will said Sirius Black was supposed to have him. He was living in a cupboard, well, a proper room now, but before, a cupboard, because someone had decided the will didn't matter. He sat with this for a very long time. Then he opened his notebook to a fresh page and wrote Sirius Black at the top, and under it began to write everything he'd need to find out, in order, by priority. He was 9 years old and organized the list with the methodical calm of someone who's decided that outrage is less useful than information. "Do you know where he is?" he asked Fawkes quietly. "A pulse. Not warmth exactly, more complicated." "Yes and no. He's alive. Warmth, but thin. Complicated. Is he in trouble?" The vibration, the warning one, moved through the bond. "Okay," Harry said. He underlined Sirius Black twice. "We'll get to it." He looked at his list, which was becoming, page by page, something that looked less like the questions of a confused child and more like a strategic briefing. At the top of the next page he wrote, "Things Dumbledore decided that weren't his to decide." Below it he left space, because he suspected the list wasn't finished. The year before Hogwarts, Harry read 7 books on magical law, 4 on the history of the Wizengamot, 2 on goblin-wizard relations, and 1 very dense volume on the theory of magical bonds that he'd found in the use section of Flourish and Blots on his second visit, which Petunia had driven him to without comment in March. The bonds book was illuminating. Most of it covered standard familiar bonds, wand bonds, the mechanics of the unbreakable vow, things he could find in other sources, synthesized here usefully. But Chapter 14 was called Phoenix Accord, Historical Instances and Theoretical Implications, and Harry read it 4 times with the focused attention of someone finding a map to a place they'd been trying to describe without one. A Phoenix Accord, the proper term, apparently, for what he and Fawkes had, was distinguished from a familiar bond by its mutuality. A familiar bond ran primarily one direction, witch or wizard bonded to creature, the creature providing service or companionship within a framework defined by the witch or wizard's magic. A Phoenix Accord ran both ways. The Phoenix chose and the human received the choice, but the magic that formed between them was neither the Phoenix's nor the human's, it was something created by the intersection, something new, and it carried characteristics of both. This explained, Harry thought, flipping back to his notebook, quite a lot. Why he could feel Fawkes's intent with such precision. Why the bond felt reciprocal rather than directional. Why he sometimes had the sense that Fawkes was learning from him just as he was learning from Fawkes, each of them updating their understanding of the other continuously. It also explained the chapter's most striking claim, which Harry read slowly and then read again: a Phoenix Accord cannot be established without complete compatibility between the Phoenix's fundamental nature and the human's core character. Unlike familiar bonds, which adapt to a range of compatible personalities, the Phoenix Accord requires exact alignment, not of surface traits, but of deepest values. The Accord is, essentially, an act of recognition. The Phoenix finds the person whose innermost nature matches its own and says, yes. This one. It is not a gift the Phoenix gives. It is a truth the Phoenix sees. Harry set the book down and looked at Fawkes, who was sitting on his desk with the calm of a being who has never had an imposter syndrome moment in his life. You saw something in me, Harry said. When I was 6. In the cupboard. Fawkes looked at him. I didn't know what I was yet, Harry said. I barely knew anything. But you saw it. The deep feeling, the bedrock feeling, the you matter feeling, moved through the bond like a tide. I need to be worth it, Harry said. Not with anxiety, with purpose. The way you state a commitment. Whatever you saw. I need to be worth it. Fawkes reached forward and tapped Harry's hand once with his beak. Gentle. Precise. The warmth that followed was different from the usual warmth. It had something in it that Harry, at 10 years old, didn't quite have the words for yet, but that would later, years later, understand was the feeling of being told you already are by something that has no reason to lie. He picked up the book and kept reading. The letter arrived on a Tuesday in July, 2 months before Harry's 11th birthday, delivered by a tawny owl that landed on the privet drive kitchen table with the poise of something that expected to be given a biscuit. Harry was the one who opened the door. He'd been expecting it. The bond had been giving him anticipatory warmth for 3 days, Fawkes's version of something's coming, and he took the envelope from the owl and gave it a piece of toast and went to sit at the kitchen table to read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the envelope said, in green ink, with his name and the specific address of his room. Not the cupboard. His room. He opened it. He read it twice, not because he didn't understand it but because he was constructing, simultaneously, his responses to the various conversations it would precipitate. He set the letter down and made a list in his head: Petunia, Gringotts again, a reply to Hogwarts, and one other thing he'd been thinking about since March, waiting for the right moment. It's here, he said to Fawkes, who had appeared on the kitchen windowsill at some point in the last 30 seconds. Fawkes looked at the letter with the expression of someone viewing a document they helped arrange. I have questions, Harry told him. I know I always have questions. But I have specific ones this time. He wrote the reply to Hogwarts first, accepting his place, noting that he had some prior knowledge of the magical world and requesting, if possible, a meeting before term began to clarify certain curriculum matters. He wasn't sure they'd agree to that, but asking cost nothing and the answer would tell him something. Then he wrote to Gringotts, confirming his account access arrangements for when he turned 11 in August and requesting that the research he'd asked them to begin on the legal question of guardianship be updated. Then he sat with the third letter for a while, because it was the most complicated. He was writing to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Not about Sirius Black directly. He'd learned enough to know that direct approaches to institutional systems tended to trigger defensive responses before you'd established the groundwork you needed. He was writing about the more general question of will execution in cases where a guardian appointment had been superseded by other decisions, and asking for information about the review process for such cases. He made it sound academic. He was very good at making things sound academic. Schools encouraged this framing, and people responded to it with openness that they'd withhold from the same question asked as an accusation. He signed it H. Potter, interested party, and sealed it and then looked at Fawkes. 2 years, he said. Until I can do anything official. I know. The bond gave him patience. Not the passive kind, the active kind, the kind that knows the difference between waiting because nothing can be done and waiting because doing it wrong now is worse than doing it right later. He put the letters in his bag for posting. Then he went upstairs and started making a proper list of everything he wanted to know before September 1st. It was Ollivanders that surprised him. He'd been through Diagon Alley twice now and thought he had a reasonable read on it, but Ollivanders was different from what he'd expected. The shop was quiet and slightly dusty and smelled of cedar and something else, something older, and Mr. Ollivander himself came out of the back with the focused attention of a craftsman who's been interrupted from something interesting by something more interesting. He stopped when he saw Fawkes. Fawkes was visible today. Harry had stopped asking him to hide most of the time, because hiding was, fundamentally, dishonest, and the magical world was going to need to deal with the reality of the Phoenix Accord sooner or later. Fawkes rode Harry's shoulder with the imperial calm of something that is used to rooms going quiet when it enters. Ollivander's pale eyes moved from Fawkes to Harry and back, and the expression that settled on his face was the most genuine Harry had seen from any adult in the magical world so far, pure, uncomplicated fascination. "Well," Ollivander said. "Well. I need a wand," Harry said. "I've read about the process. I'm ready when you are." "A Phoenix Accord," Ollivander said, not moving, still looking. "I haven't seen one in, you're not," he stopped. Started again. "Which wand is in the Accord?" Harry blinked. "What?" Ollivander looked at Fawkes. "Did you contribute feathers to existing wands?" Fawkes ruffled his feathers with the mild patience of someone fielding a question they've answered before. "2 feathers," Ollivander said softly. "Yes. I remember." He finally moved, stepping around the counter, and looked at Harry with the expression he'd wear for the rest of Harry's life whenever they spoke, utter absorption. "One of those wands will choose you today. Do you know which?" "Tell me about both," Harry said. So Ollivander told him. "Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, good for charms and loyalty-based magic. You and Phoenix Feather, 13.5 inches, made for a boy named Tom Riddle in 1938, returned to the shop's catalog after Tom Riddle became Voldemort and the wand went unmated. Both from the same phoenix," he said, which meant the wands were, not brothers exactly, but related, made of the same fundamental source. Harry listened to all of this without interrupting. Then he picked up the holly wand and felt it recognize him, a warmth that was different from the bond, more immediate, more electric, a spark of something that said yes, this one, and the bond in his chest resonated with it, Fawkes's approval warm and complete. "The holly," Harry said. "Yes," Ollivander agreed. "The yew is a very powerful wand, Mr. Potter. But I think the holly understands you better." "What does that mean, for the other wand?" "The yew?" Ollivander was quiet for a moment. "It means its current master has a wand that doesn't entirely trust him," he said carefully. "Which is, for someone like Tom Riddle, a meaningful disadvantage." Harry looked at the holly wand in his hand. Then he looked at Fawkes, who was watching Ollivander with the expression of someone who's decided they like him. "Thank you," Harry said. "That's genuinely useful." Ollivander smiled, and it was the smile of a man who hasn't been told something genuinely useful in quite a while. "Good luck, Mr. Potter. I suspect you'll need less of it than most." He met Hermione Granger in Flourish and Blots on the last day of August, the way he met most worthwhile things, because he was looking at books. He was in the Charms Theory section, extra reading. Hogwarts' first-year curriculum was not going to be challenging and he'd decided to work ahead so he wasn't bored, when someone appeared at his elbow and said, with the specific authority of someone who is 9/10 sure they're right, "That one's not on the list." He turned. A girl, brown curly hair, front teeth slightly prominent, holding a copy of Intermediate Transfiguration Theory with the possessive grip of someone who's found something good. "I know," he said. "It's not for the list. Have you read it?" She blinked. "No. I only got mine 2 weeks ago. I've been going through the required texts first." "You're Muggle-born?" he asked, not as an assessment, just as a data point, because the way she'd said "got mine 2 weeks ago" had the timing of someone who hadn't been to Diagon Alley before and had learned about it recently. "Yes." "Is that," she straightened slightly, which he recognized as the posture of someone preparing to defend themselves. "It means you haven't had 4 years of library access to the magical theory section," he said. "Which is a disadvantage I'm trying to compensate for. What's your name?" She blinked again. Hermione Granger. Harry Potter. He looked at her book. I've read that one. It's good, but Flitwick's own paper on transfiguration principles is more rigorous. He wrote it before the textbook and the textbook simplifies some of the core arguments. Do you want the reference? There was a pause. Then Hermione Granger's expression shifted from defended to something much more interesting, alert. Engaged. The look of someone who's been handed a thread and recognized immediately that it leads somewhere worth following. Yes, she said. Anne, who are you, actually? The books say Harry Potter is supposed to be famous, but I couldn't find much that was reliable. Most of what's written about me is either wrong or someone's guess, Harry said. Come on, the Flitwick paper is in the restricted academic journals section, I'll show you. She followed him through the stacks, firing questions at a rate that Harry found genuinely refreshing after years of adults who either avoided his questions or deflected them, and he answered what he could and flagged what he couldn't, and by the time they reached the journals section they'd had an argument about 3 different points in Charm's theory that had ended in a draw because they were both right about different things. Which was the best kind of argument? Fawkes, riding Harry's shoulder through all of this, invisible to everyone except Harry, radiated something that was clearly the Phoenix equivalent of approval. You have a Phoenix, Hermione said suddenly, in the middle of a sentence about something else. Harry stopped. You can see him. She pointed. There's a distortion on your shoulder, like heat shimmer, and occasionally a feather appears. And there's a warmth around you that's different from ordinary magic. She paused. I've been reading about magical signatures. It's a hobby. Harry looked at the distortion on his shoulder, where Fawkes presumably was, and then at Hermione. He usually stays invisible around people who don't know him. Oh. She looked at the distortion. Sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. Fawkes became briefly visible, one clear, crisp moment, red and gold on Harry's shoulder, looking at Hermione with those ancient eyes, and then faded back. He doesn't mind, Harry said. He was just deciding about you. What was the decision? Positive, Harry said. Come on, the Flitwick paper is on the second shelf. She followed him. They spent 2 hours in flourish and blots and left with lists of recommendations for each other's reading, and an agreement to find each other on the train, and the particular satisfaction of a conversation that had covered more real ground than most conversations cover in a month. Harry cycled home through the late August heat and thought about Hermione Granger, who could see through Fawkes's concealment because she'd researched magical signatures as a hobby, and who'd argued with him about charm theory in a bookshop at age 10 with the confidence of someone who decided that being right mattered more than being agreeable. I like her, he said. Fawkes pulsed warmth. I thought you would, Harry said. The night before September 1st, he sat on his bed with his notebook and went through his list. What he knew, he was a wizard. He was wealthy. His parents were murdered by someone called Voldemort when he was 15 months old, and the killing curse had somehow rebounded, and Voldemort had been non-corporeal since then. His parents had chosen Sirius Black as his guardian and he'd ended up at Privet Drive instead, which meant someone had overridden the will. Fawkes had been Dumbledore's Phoenix and had chosen to leave Dumbledore and come to him, which meant something significant about Dumbledore's character or Dumbledore's choices, and Fawkes had since been burning things that Harry had decided to call Voldemort's anchors, which was his best working theory for what they were. There were 3 left, and then something complicated that Fawkes hadn't told him yet. What he didn't know, the full shape of what Dumbledore was planning. What Sirius Black's actual situation was, he'd gotten confirmation from the DMLE that there had been a trial, but the details were sealed. Why he had the scar that he did, specifically. What the 3 remaining things Fawkes needed to burn were. What he intended to find out, all of it. He closed the notebook. Tomorrow, he said. Fawkes, on the pillow beside him, radiated readiness. Let's go see what Hogwarts thinks of us, Harry said, and turned off the light, and the room went dark, and 2 weeks away, in a circular office in Scotland, the silver instrument on Albus Dumbledore's desk showed 3 lights and the headmaster sat in his chair and thought about Harry Potter arriving at Hogwarts in the morning with a phoenix on his shoulder and 11 years of a life Dumbledore hadn't designed, and tried to decide whether to be afraid. He'd spent 50 years being the person other people were afraid of. It was an uncomfortable thing, not knowing which side of that equation he'd just moved to. The fire in his office burned low. Outside, the grounds were dark and quiet. Tomorrow, everything that had been theoretical would become real, and Albus Dumbledore, who had planned for almost everything, had the cold and specific sensation of someone who's built a house and just realized the foundation was constructed around an assumption they never actually tested. Harry Potter was coming to Hogwarts. With a phoenix. With a Gringotts account he'd already reviewed. With a copy of his parents' will and a list of questions about Sirius Black. And Dumbledore, for the first time in a very long time, didn't know what happened next. Chapter 3, The School That Expected Something Else. The Hogwarts Express left at 11 and Harry was on the platform at 10:15, because he'd read that the train filled quickly and he preferred to choose his seat rather than inherit one. He found a compartment near the middle of the train, stowed his trunk, and sat by the window and watched the platform fill up. Fawkes was on his shoulder, visible. Harry had decided this weeks ago, turning up to Hogwarts with a phoenix was going to be a fact regardless, and managing it by concealment would start his time there with a kind of dishonesty he wasn't interested in. Let it be visible. Let people have questions. He'd answer the ones worth answering. The compartment filled by degrees. A nervous-looking blonde boy asked if the seat across from Harry was taken and Harry said no, and the boy sat and introduced himself as Neville Longbottom with the specific apology in his voice of someone who's been told too many times that he's in the way. Harry introduced himself and watched Neville's eyes track to the scar and then, with visible effort, back up to Harry's face. "You're looking at the scar," Harry said, not unkindly. "Sorry," Neville said immediately. "Don't be. Everyone does." He paused. "Your parents are Frank and Alice Longbottom." Neville went very still. "My parents will listed them as secondary guardians," Harry said. "In case Sirius Black couldn't take me. I only found that out this year. I'm sorry about what happened to them." Neville looked at him for a long moment with the complicated expression of someone who's been handed something unexpected that might be kind. "How do you know about them?" "Gringotts," Harry said simply. "I read the will." Neville nodded slowly, processing this. "Then, my gran says they were the best Aurors of their generation." "The record suggests she's right," Harry said. Something shifted in Neville's posture, small but real, the way a person straightens when someone talks about their family with respect instead of pity. Hermione arrived 8 minutes later, slightly breathless, and stopped in the compartment doorway when she saw Fawkes. "He's visible today," she said. "He's visible most of the time now," Harry said. "Neville, this is Hermione Granger." "Hermione, Neville Longbottom." Hermione sat, pulled a book from her bag, and then immediately looked at Harry. "I finished the Flitwick paper. I have questions." "Good," Harry said. "So do I." They talked theory for 40 minutes while Neville listened with the expression of someone watching a tennis match at a pace slightly above their current level, and then the compartment door opened and a different quality of attention arrived with it. Draco Malfoy had the specific posture of someone who's been told his whole life that rooms rearrange themselves around him. He looked at Harry with the practiced recognition of someone who's been briefed, knows the name, the reputation, the scar, and arranged his face into something he probably thought was friendly. "Harry Potter," he said. "I'm Draco Malfoy." He extended a hand with the air of someone conferring an honor. Harry looked at the hand. Then at Malfoy. "I know who you are." Malfoy blinked, he'd expected something different, clearly. "Then you know my family, your father is Lucius Malfoy," Harry said. "He was a Death Eater. He claimed Imperius after Voldemort's first fall." He said the name without emphasis, just information. "The trial records are public." He donated substantially to the rebuilding of Azkaban, which is an interesting choice for someone who was supposedly under coercive magic. The friendly expression dissolved. In its place was something more genuine, surprise, and under it, something that wasn't quite anger. Something more uncertain. Your father made choices, Harry said, not unkindly. You haven't made most of yours yet. He looked at Malfoy with genuine attention. That's not a judgment. It's an observation. Malfoy stared at him. The two large boys behind him, Crabbe and Goyle, Harry assumed, looked confused in the uncomplicated way of people who've decided that confusion is someone else's problem. You're not what I expected, Malfoy said, finally. What did you expect? Something easier to categorize, Malfoy said, and it came out more honest than he'd probably intended. He looked at Fawkes, who was watching him with that complete, assessing attention. Is that a phoenix? Yes. They can't be kept. I know. The books are wrong about that, or incomplete. Do you want to sit down or keep standing in the doorway? There was a pause. Malfoy's two associates looked at him for direction, got none, and stood there looking large and uncertain. I'll find another compartment, Malfoy said finally. Not rude, almost careful. But we'll talk again. We will, Harry agreed. Malfoy left. Neville looked at Harry with wide eyes. You just told Draco Malfoy his father was a Death Eater, he said. He already knew that, Harry said. He just didn't know other people knew it and would say so. Hermione was looking at Harry with the expression she got when she was filing something away for later analysis. You're very direct, she said. It saves time, Harry said, and looked back out the window, and the train rolled north through England, and Fawkes settled his feathers and watched the compartment with the satisfaction of something that is exactly where it's supposed to be. Hogwarts was, objectively, extraordinary. Harry had expected to find it impressive. He'd read Hogwarts, a history twice and had a reasonable architectural picture, but the reading hadn't accounted for the way it felt. The magic in the stones was old enough to be physical, a pressure in the air, and the castle sat against the Scottish sky with the casual permanence of something that knows it will outlast anything looking at it. He walked up from the boats. First years crossed the lake in the traditional small boats, which Harry found he actually enjoyed, the dark water and the castle growing above them and Neville gripping the side of the boat beside him with determined non-panic, and through the entrance hall and into the antechamber where the first years waited to be sorted, and he stood in the back and watched people and thought about what came next. He'd read about the sorting. Every theory he could find, hat choice versus absolute sorting, the degree to which stated preferences mattered, the historical distribution between houses. He had an idea of where the hat would put him and a clearer idea of where he wanted to go, and those two things were roughly aligned, but he was curious about the process. The antechamber was loud with first-year nerves. People were doing quick whispered revisions of spells, or standing in tight clusters for social protection, or, in Hermione's case, conducting a rapid oral quiz of herself on Goblin Rebellion dates that was impressive in its precision. Fawkes was invisible here, for the first time in hours. Harry hadn't asked him to, he'd just chosen it, and Harry had the sense that Fawkes was being careful with the accumulated anxiety of 41st years in a small room, not adding a visible phoenix to the list of things they needed to process. Professor McGonagall appeared and explained the process and led them into the great hall, and Harry walked in and looked up at the enchanted ceiling, night sky, early stars, exactly as Hogwarts, a history had described it but again, not adequately, and then down at the 4 house tables and the staff table and the old hat on its stool. Dumbledore was at the center of the staff table. Harry had known he'd be here. He'd been thinking about this moment for a year, had prepared for it the way he prepared for everything, information first, emotional response after. He looked at the headmaster and saw a tall old man with extraordinary blue eyes that were currently scanning the line of first years with the methodical attention of someone looking for something specific. The blue eyes found Harry. Harry looked back. Not challenging, he didn't need to be challenging. Just meeting the look with the same steadiness he gave everything. I see you looking. I know what you're looking for. We'll talk eventually, and it will be a real conversation, not the one you've planned. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something around his eyes did. The faintest adjustment. Recognition, maybe. Harry looked away first, but only because the sorting had started and he was interested in it. The hat's song was more interesting than he'd expected, specific things in it that suggested genuine intelligence, not just a sentient prop, something that had watched Hogwarts for 1,000 years and had opinions. He listened to the sortings carefully. Hermione went to Gryffindor, her relief visible and immediate. Neville went to Gryffindor after a longer deliberation than most, and walked to the table with his chin slightly higher than it had been on the boat. Malfoy went to Slytherin in under a second. Potter, Harry. He walked to the stool and sat, and the hat came down over his eyes and the great hall went dark, and a voice spoke directly into his thoughts. Well, the hat said. This is different. Is it? Harry thought back. A Phoenix Accord. I haven't sorted anyone with a Phoenix Accord in, it's been a very long time. A pause. You know more than you should. For an 11-year-old. I've been reading, Harry said. So I see. The hat was moving through his memories, he could feel it, a gentle and thorough presence, not intrusive but comprehensive. You have a list. You have several lists. You've been building a picture of something for years. Another pause. You know who Dumbledore is. What he's been doing. I know some of it, Harry said. Not all. No, the hat agreed. Not all. But enough to be cautious. It settled. Gryffindor would be obvious. Courage, certainly, you have it, though yours is the quiet kind, which is rarer and more durable. Ravenclaw for the mind, exceptional, and you use it well. Slytherin for the ambition and the strategy, because you absolutely have both, don't pretend otherwise. I'm not pretending, Harry said. No, the hat said. You don't pretend. That's the most Gryffindor thing about you, not the bravery, the honesty. Even when it's inconvenient. The hat shifted. Your Phoenix bonded to you at 6 years old in a cupboard under the stairs. Do you know why? The book said complete compatibility of core character, Harry said. The book is correct, the hat said. A Phoenix bonds to the person whose deepest self matches its own. Fire chooses what is true. A longer pause now, the hat's presence more focused. I'm going to tell you something the headmaster would prefer I didn't. I've been in this castle for 1,000 years and I have no particular loyalty to Albus Dumbledore's plans. Harry waited. The scar is a door, the hat said. You already half knew this. The Phoenix Accord complicates it significantly. Fire doesn't open doors in the way the original plan assumed. You should think carefully about what that means. I will, Harry said. Good, the hat said. Gryffindor. The last word rang out across the hall, and Harry took the hat off and set it on the stool and stood, and the Gryffindor table erupted, and he walked to an empty seat beside Hermione and sat down, and Fawkes, invisible on his shoulder, pulsed warmth. From the staff table, Dumbledore watched him with the expression of someone who's just overheard a conversation they weren't part of and isn't sure how much was said. Harry picked up his fork and helped himself to chicken and didn't look back. The first weeks of Hogwarts established several things quickly. Classes were easier than he'd prepared for, which he'd expected, and the social dynamics were more complicated than most of the books had suggested, which he'd also expected. He moved through the curriculum with the efficiency of someone who's pre-read the subject and is using class time for questions the textbook didn't answer, which his teachers responded to in a range of ways. Flitwick was delighted. He had the specific joy of a teacher who rarely meets students who are genuinely curious rather than grade-oriented, and he started lending Harry books from his personal library by the third week, which Harry returned annotated with questions that Flitwick answered in margins and then returned back, which became a kind of running correspondence that both of them found more educational than the formal class structure. McGonagall respected him in the precise and demanding way she respected anyone who met her standards and didn't waste her time. She gave him harder problems when he finished the standard ones, said nothing about it, and marked his work with the rigor she applied to seventh years. Snape was interesting. Harry had done his research on Severus Snape, the available public record, at least, and found it genuinely complicated. Former Death Eater, turned spy, protected by Dumbledore's advocacy at trial. Brilliant potions mined. By all accounts a poor teacher of people he'd decided didn't deserve his effort. Harry had prepared for hostility and gotten something more textured than that. Snape came into his first potions lesson and moved through the class with the controlled disdain of someone who's already graded everyone present and found them wanting, and then he arrived at Harry's desk and stopped, and his black eyes moved from Harry's face to Fawkes, who was visible on the desk, watching the classroom with interested attention. Something happened in Snape's expression. Complicated and fast and then gone. "Mr. Potter," he said, with the tone he used for everyone, which was the tone of someone addressing people who have already disappointed him. "Professor," Harry said. "Tell me," Snape said, turning to the class but with the particular projection of someone who means the question for one person, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "Draught of living death," Harry said. Though the modern preparation uses a modified infusion temperature that Libaceous Borgia's standard text doesn't account for. There's a 1978 paper by a Hogwarts potions master, I couldn't find the name, that corrects the timing. The resulting potion is significantly more stable. The class went very quiet. Snape turned around slowly. Harry looked at him with the calm of someone who has answered a question accurately and is waiting for the next one. The 1978 paper, Snape said, with a different quality to his voice now, was authored under a pseudonym. "I know," Harry said. "I couldn't find the author's name. If you know it, I'd be interested." There was a pause that lasted several seconds and covered a significant amount of territory. "It was me," Snape said. "Then I have questions," Harry said. Another pause. Then Snape said, in the tone of someone making a decision that surprised even himself, "Present them in writing. I'll review them." He moved on down the row of desks, and Harry picked up his quill, and Neville across the table looked at Harry as if he'd just successfully negotiated with a thunderstorm. Fawkes pulsed something distinctly like amusement. He met Quirrell properly in the third week, and understood within 4 minutes. The defense against the dark arts classroom had a smell Harry couldn't quite place, something wrong about it, layered under the garlic that Quirrell apparently wore in quantity and the purple turban and the stutter that Harry had noticed immediately was intermittent, present in casual conversation, absent when the man was concentrating on something that interested him. Harry had sat in the front row of the first lesson and watched carefully. Fawkes's response to Quirrell was not ambiguous. It wasn't the warning vibration Harry was used to, the standard caution signal that Fawkes used for things that required attention. This was something different. A deep, sustained tension in the bond, like a sound pitched just below hearing. The specific feeling of standing next to something Harry didn't have a word for yet but understood was significant. Fawkes was not concealed during defense against the dark arts. He sat on Harry's desk and looked at Quirrell with a focus so complete it was almost aggressive. Quirrell noticed. The stutter increased when he had to look at Harry, and he never looked at Fawkes if he could avoid it. After the second lesson, Harry went to the library and requested every book he could find on possession, split consciousness, and the documented magical signatures of non-corporeal dark wizards. He read them over a weekend, taking notes with the efficiency of someone with a working hypothesis they're trying to either confirm or rule out. By the end of the second lessons week he'd confirmed the hypothesis to his own satisfaction. He sat in the library with Hermione across the table, her own pile of books slightly different from his, and waited until the space around them was empty enough for a quiet conversation. "Quirrell," he said. She looked up. She'd been at Hogwarts for 3 weeks and had already developed the specific Hermionean library focus, a kind of deep reading attention that Harry had noticed excluded most of the world. It didn't exclude him, which he appreciated. "What about him?" "Something's wrong with him," Harry said. "Fawkes has been," he gestured, because describing the bond to someone who couldn't feel it required imprecise language, very focused, every class. There's something on him. Or in him. Hermione's eyes went sharp. Possession. That's my working theory. And if I'm right about what I think is sharing that space, Voldemort, she said. Straight out, no hesitation, which Harry noted with appreciation. She'd decided at some point not to be afraid of the name, and it was visible in how she said it. You think Voldemort is possessing Quirrell? The garlic and the turban are interesting choices for someone who wants not to be looked at directly, Harry said. Especially around the back of his head. Hermione stared at him for a moment. Then she turned to her stack of books and began moving through them with new purpose. Possession signatures in a Hogwarts professor, she muttered. What would he want here, the Philosopher's Stone? The stone is in the school, Harry said. I know because Gringotts had a break-in the day we were there, the day Hagrid took me to the vault. Something was removed from Vault 713. I know what's in this school because the stone coming from Gringotts to Hogwarts isn't a secret if you talk to the right people and do the right reading. Hermione looked at him. You've been planning this since August. I've been thinking about it, Harry said. Planning requires knowing what I'm going to do. I'm still working on that part. She closed one book and opened another. What does Fawkes think? Harry looked at Fawkes, who was perched on the bookshelf above them, regarding the conversation with the attention of a very experienced military advisor watching his colleagues come to the correct conclusion. He thinks, Harry said, that we should be careful about the order in which we do things. Which things? The stone. Quirrell. And whatever Dumbledore is doing about both. He paused. Because I'm not entirely sure Dumbledore wants the stone protected as much as he wants the stone to be attempted. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. This was something he'd come to recognize in her, the specific quality of her attention when she was processing something that changed the shape of a problem she'd already been thinking about. Like watching a mechanism recalibrate. You think it's a trap, she said. I think it's a test, Harry said. Which is a kind of trap. For you specifically. That's the part I'm still working out, he said honestly. And then, because she deserved the full picture, but I don't intend to walk into it the way he expects. November brought the troll. Harry had heard the rumors before Halloween. Hogwarts was not a school where information stayed classified for long if you talked to the right portraits and asked the right ghosts, and generally understood that the castle itself had a kind of institutional memory that was accessible to anyone patient enough to listen for it. He knew there were complications in the lower dungeons. He knew Quirrell was distracted in a new way, the possessed attention spreading to other things. He was at the Gryffindor table eating pumpkin pie when Quirrell stumbled in and announced the troll, and the great hall erupted, and Harry was already moving before the prefects started their routing, because he'd had 30 seconds of lead time from having paid very close attention to Quirrell's face in the moment before the man spoke. He caught Hermione's arm on the way out. She'd been going to the bathroom, he'd noticed, had noted it as a potential complication, had been deciding whether to flag it when the troll announcement resolved the question. Not the corridor, he said. With me. She didn't question it. They moved against the flow of students heading up, skirting the main staircase and taking the shorter route through the second floor that Harry had mapped in his first week because mapping routes was something he did automatically, and arrived at the girls' bathroom on the ground floor 60 seconds before the troll did. The troll was 12 feet of mountain giant with a club the size of a small car, and it moved with the specific destructive energy of something that doesn't think in terms of fragile things. Harry stood in the bathroom doorway and looked at it. Harry, Hermione said, behind him, in the careful voice of someone being very controlled about their current emotional state. Bathroom stalls are stone, he said. Get in one. Lock it. What are you? I'm going to sort out the troll, he said. Go. He heard her move. He looked at the troll, which had noticed him with the slow attention of something for whom most things were either threat-sized or not, and was currently deciding which category this was. Fawkes landed on his shoulder and was suddenly, completely, brilliantly visible, all fire and gold in the dim bathroom, filling the space with amber light and the deep resonant non-sound that was his full attention. The troll stopped. Mountain trolls were not sophisticated, but they had the self-preservation instincts of any living thing, and what they were looking at was not a small human boy. It was a small human boy with an ancient fire creature on his shoulder, and the fire creature was looking at it with the focused, uncomplicated attention of something that does not feel threatened and therefore has room to decide how much patience to extend to this situation. Harry raised his wand. Wingardium Leviosa, he said, and the troll's club left its hand and went to the ceiling and stayed there, and the troll looked at its empty hand with the expression of something encountering a new kind of problem. Then he cast the binding charm, not from the first-year curriculum, from the book Flitwick had lent him in October, and the troll's feet adhered to the floor, and Harry walked up to it and looked up at it with the calm of someone who's already thought through the relevant options and chosen the least destructive one, and said, "Stay." The troll stayed. McGonagall arrived with Snape and Quirrell 30 seconds later and found the troll bound and floor-stuck and Harry and Hermione standing in the bathroom with expressions that occupied different spaces on the emotional spectrum, Harry calm, Hermione somewhere between extremely relieved and extremely annoyed at herself for needing to hide in a bathroom stall. McGonagall stared at the scene for a long moment. "Potter," she said. "Yes, Professor." "Did you do this?" "Yes." "The binding charm is, third-year curriculum," he said. "Professor Flitwick lent me the reference. The application is straightforward once you understand the core mechanism." McGonagall looked at the troll. At Harry. At Fawkes, who was back to invisible but whose presence was still evident in the particular quality of light in the room. At Hermione, who had emerged from the stall and was straightening her robes with the fierce dignity of someone who will not be discussing the bathroom stall if it can be avoided. 20 points to Gryffindor, McGonagall said, and her voice was entirely level, and behind the levity there was something that might have been, in the specific McGonagall way of things, quiet awe. Each. Snape looked at Harry with an expression Harry couldn't fully parse, complicated in the specific Snape way that seemed to involve several layers of things he'd decided not to say. Quirrell was looking at Fawkes. Or rather, looking very deliberately at everything except Fawkes. His hands were slightly unsteady. Harry filed this and said nothing. December brought the Mirror of Erist, and Harry found it on a Thursday night because he'd been following a chain of logical deductions about where in the castle the stone was actually kept, and the mirror was incidental to that investigation. He stood in the empty room and looked at it. The mirror showed him his parents first, he'd expected this, had prepared for it the way you prepare for something you know will land heavily regardless of preparation. They were young, younger than he'd quite imagined, his mother with red hair and eyes exactly like his father with the same wild hair and a grin that Harry recognized from somewhere in himself. They were standing with their hands on his shoulders and they were looking at him with the particular expression that Harry had no direct experience of but recognized immediately as what it looked like when parents looked at their children. He stood with this for a while. He let it be what it was, which was the heaviest thing he'd felt in a long time, because his preparation had been intellectual and the reality was emotional and those were different countries. Then he looked at what the mirror showed beside his parents. Fawkes, larger somehow, brighter, and the bond between them visible as a cord of gold light. And around him, people. A crowd of faces he didn't fully recognize yet, some of them, but among them Hermione and Neville and Sirius Black, whose photograph Harry had found in a library book and whose face he'd studied carefully, and others he couldn't name. Not alone. The mirror was showing him not alone. He thought about this for a long time. He'd expected the mirror to show him his parents, and it had. But the deepest desire underneath that was not for them specifically, much as he missed people he'd never known. It was for what they represented. A world in which he was surrounded by people who chose to be there. A world where the cord of gold was visible. Erist stra eru oit uber kafru oit onwosi, he read from the top, working through the reversal. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Indeed it does, said Dumbledore from the doorway. Harry turned. He wasn't startled, he'd heard the footstep on the second flagstone from the door, which had a slight echo the others didn't, and had 10 seconds of preparation. He looked at the headmaster without alarm. Dumbledore walked into the room slowly, with the careful movement of someone being deliberately unthreatening, and came to stand beside Harry in front of the mirror. He looked at it. Whatever he saw, his expression didn't change, which told Harry he'd seen it before and made his peace with it. "I've been meaning to speak with you, Harry," Dumbledore said. "I thought you might," Harry said. "I've been meaning to speak with you as well." Dumbledore looked at him. In the mirror, Harry noticed, Dumbledore's reflection looked older than his actual self, not older in years, but older in something else. A specific kind of tired. "What have you been meaning to say?" Dumbledore asked, and his tone was open, genuinely curious, with the warmth he was very good at deploying. Harry had spent enough time thinking about Dumbledore to know that the warmth was real. It wasn't calculated performance, but it coexisted with calculation, and knowing both things simultaneously was the key to understanding him. "A few things," Harry said. "But I'll start with the one that's most immediately relevant." He paused. "Quirinus Quirrell is possessed by Voldemort. He's been in the school since September and you know he's here. I'd like to understand what you're planning to do about that." Silence. Dumbledore's expression didn't change in any obvious way, but something around his eyes shifted, the same micro-adjustment Harry had seen at the sorting, the recognition of someone encountering a conversation that isn't following its anticipated shape. "You are very certain of that," Dumbledore said carefully. "Fawkes has been tracking him since the first defense lesson," Harry said. "He's never uncertain about that kind of thing." Dumbledore looked at Fawkes, visible now, bright on Harry's shoulder, and something moved across his face that Harry couldn't quite name but felt like grief wearing a professional mask. "No," Dumbledore said quietly. "He never is." He was quiet for a moment. "I am aware of Professor Quirrell's situation. Are you planning to do something about it?" "I had a particular plan for how that situation might resolve," Dumbledore said. "I know," Harry said. "I walk in, I find the stone, something happens, and Voldemort is set back." He kept his voice neutral. "It's a test. To see what I'll do." The silence that followed was a different kind of silence, the kind that happens when someone realizes the hidden architecture of a room has been described accurately by someone who was supposed to be outside it. "You are 11 years old," Dumbledore said, and it wasn't a rebuke exactly, more something the man said to himself. "Fawkes came to me when I was 6, Harry said. I've been learning since then." He turned to look at Dumbledore directly. "I'm not angry. I want you to know that. I understand that you're trying to protect people and that the plan made sense from where you were standing. But I'm not going to walk into situations I already understand just to confirm what you already suspect about me." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. In the mirror, Harry's reflection was surrounded by light. "What would you have instead?" Dumbledore asked, and his voice had shifted, the warmth still there, but the careful management underneath it had stepped back slightly, as if he was deciding to have a more honest conversation. "Tell me what I actually need to know," Harry said. "Not everything, I understand you have information that has to be timed carefully. But the basics. Quirrell. The stone. What Voldemort actually is right now and why he can't just be killed." "The last question," Dumbledore said slowly, "is more complicated than you know." "I know it's complicated," Harry said. "I've been counting. Fawkes has burned 4 things in the last 5 years. He's going to burn 3 more. And then there's something else, the complicated thing. The thing you know about and haven't told me." He looked at Dumbledore with the direct, simple attention of someone who is not accusing but is absolutely not pretending. "I'd rather know it from you than work it out alone." Dumbledore was very still. Outside the room, the castle shifted and settled as old castles do, stone and magic and the weight of centuries. Fawkes made a sound in his throat, soft, barely there, the gentlest version of the resonant song, and it filled the room like heat fills a room, gradually and completely. "Not tonight," Dumbledore said finally. "But, soon. I will tell you soon." A pause. I give you my word, Harry. All right, Harry said. He turned back to the mirror, looked at his parents' faces one more time, and then stepped back from it. For tonight, Quirrell and the stone. Yes, Dumbledore agreed. He'll make his attempt before the year ends, Harry said. And when he does, I don't think the plan you have will work out the way you expect. Not with Fawkes here. What do you intend? Harry looked at him. To end it, he said, simply. Can you live with that? Another long silence. Yes, Dumbledore said, and something in his face when he said it was complicated in a way Harry didn't fully understand yet, but would. Quirrell made his attempt on the 3rd day of June, which Harry had predicted to within a week. He let Hermione and Neville start through the trapdoor with him because they'd figured out what was happening through their own means, Hermione through logic and research and the specific determination of someone who's decided that her friend's walking into danger without her is categorically unacceptable, and Neville because he had, it turned out, a quiet and absolute courage that had nothing to do with comfort and everything to do with what mattered. Harry told them at the trapdoor what he knew. Not everything, the complicated thing, the thing Dumbledore had begun to explain and hadn't finished, Harry kept to himself because it wasn't time and because he was still thinking about it. But the relevant operational facts, Quirrell, Voldemort, the stone. The stone is bait, he said. For whom? Hermione asked. Me, originally, Harry said. But I'm changing the plan. What's the new plan? Quirrell can't touch me, Harry said. Fawkes is certain of that. There's a protection, he gestured at his forehead, at the scar, at the complicated history living in both, that makes physical contact lethal for Voldemort and anyone he's possessing. Are you sure? Neville asked. Harry looked at Fawkes, who radiated certainty. Yes, Harry said. They went through the trapdoor. The chambers were designed with a teacher's logic, each protection reflecting a different discipline, Hogwarts as institution showing off its range. Devil's Snare, Hermione's to handle, and she managed it with the calm competence of someone who's read about Devil's Snare and also possesses genuine nerve, which are two different things but she had both. The Winged Keys, which Harry navigated with flying instincts he hadn't known he had until he was on a broomstick at 3,000 feet going after a moving target, and discovered that flying was apparently one of the things his body understood better than his brain did. The chess set, which Neville, quiet, careful Neville who'd spent years watching his grandmother strategize, saw through in 11 moves, sitting on the floor of the chamber with his eyes closed and the board in his head, calling out the sequence while the pieces crashed around them. The potions room, Hermione solved. The logic puzzle that everyone apparently thought magical people couldn't manage, which was insulting, and Hermione said so while solving it in 3 minutes. And then the last room. Quirrell was standing in front of the mirror of Eriste when Harry walked in, and the expression on his face when he turned was many things, surprise, because he'd expected to have more time, and under it the other face, the face that wasn't Quirrell's at all. The room had the quality of something that's been waiting. Harry Potter, Quirrell said, and the stutter was completely gone. We meet at last. We've met, Harry said. Every Tuesday and Thursday since September. Quirrell smiled with Quirrell's mouth, but the expression behind it was something else, older, colder, the specific attention of intelligence that's been thinking about this moment for a long time. You've grown into something unexpected. People keep saying that, Harry said. The Phoenix. The eyes moved to Fawkes, who was burning bright on Harry's shoulder, brighter than Harry had ever seen him, the amber light filling the chamber and making the mirror glow. Dumbledore's Phoenix. How extraordinary. He's not Dumbledore's, Harry said. He never really was. No, the voice said, and something in it shifted, something that was nearly, strangely, honest. I don't suppose he was. The eyes moved back to Harry. You know what I want. The stone, Harry said. And eventually a body. And after that, he shrugged. The usual. Power, immortality, the world organized according to your preferences. You speak of it very calmly. It's less frightening when you understand it, Harry said. You're not a god. You're a very intelligent person who made choices that damaged you permanently and is now trying to get back to a version of yourself that doesn't entirely exist anymore. The silence was total. Fawkes was blazing now, the light of him filling every corner of the room, and Quirrell's face was contorted with the effort of holding something that didn't want to be held. You don't fear me, the voice said, with the quality of someone encountering a new experience. I understand you, Harry said. That's different. He took a step forward. The Horcruxes are almost gone. Fawkes has burned 4. He'll burn the remaining ones. Whatever immortality you thought you'd secured is collapsing. Another step. I'm not your prophecy child who walked in here blind. I'm the person who knows the shape of what you are and has had 5 years to think about it. Then you know, the voice said, with the last resource of someone who's been outmaneuvered and is reaching for the one card left, what lives in your scar. Yes, Harry said. I do. And you're not afraid. Of that? Harry said. No. He reached out and touched Quirrell's face with his right hand. Quirrell screamed. The sound was terrible, both voices at once, layered, one man's pain and something older underneath it, something that had forgotten pain because it had spent so long outside a body and now was being reminded what damage felt like in very specific terms. Fawkes sang. The song filled the chamber the way the light did, total and resonant, and it was the deep song, the one Harry had heard fragments of in the bond, the full version of the thing that lived underneath all the smaller warmths and warnings. It was the song of something that burns things because burning is also renewal, that knows death because it has died and come back, that carries fire not as a weapon but as a nature. Quirrell crumbled. Harry stood with his hand extended and felt the magic moving through the bond, through him, out through his palm, and what left Quirrell was a cold that moved through the room like a draft, something without a body passing through, and Fawkes's song rose to meet it and then it was gone. The room went quiet. Quirrell was on the floor, breathing in the shallow way of someone who's been vacated. Harry crouched and checked his pulse, steady, weak, and looked at the mirror of Eriste, which was showing him nothing now. Plain reflection. A boy with a phoenix and a room full of settling magic. Dumbledore arrived 7 minutes later. He stood in the doorway and took in the scene, Quirrell on the floor, Harry standing, Fawkes burning gold in the chamber's dark air, and his expression was the most unguarded Harry had ever seen it. The 50 years of careful management had stepped back and what was underneath was someone encountering a thing they'd planned for and a thing they hadn't planned for simultaneously, and not being sure which feeling was winning. The stone, Dumbledore said. Is safe, Harry said. I have it. He held it out. I thought about keeping it but there are too many variables in the wrong hands, including mine. He met Dumbledore's eyes. I trust you'll destroy it. Dumbledore took the stone. His hand closed around it and he stood for a moment with it, and then he looked at Harry with an expression Harry was slowly learning to read, underneath the warmth and the management and the 50 years of strategy, something that was genuine and slightly sad and completely real. You said soon, Harry said. The conversation we need to have. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. This summer, Harry said. I want the full truth. Not the managed version. The actual thing, whatever it is, because I need to be thinking about it and I can't think about something I don't know. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then, this summer, he agreed. The full truth. Harry nodded. He turned and walked toward the door, and Fawkes rode his shoulder, bright and certain, and behind him Dumbledore stood in the empty chamber with the Philosopher's Stone in his hand and the sound of a phoenix song still fading in the air, and thought about what the full truth actually required him to say. He stood there for a long time. The stone was warm in his hand. The mirror showed nothing but reflection. Somewhere above him, the school was going about its business. He had promised the full truth. He turned the stone over once, and thought about what that cost, and began, slowly, to understand that the plan he'd been maintaining for 11 years had just taken damage it might not recover from, not from an enemy, but from an 11-year-old who'd walked into the final chamber already knowing most of the answer and looking for someone to confirm it. He had built the plan around a boy who didn't know. Harry Potter knew. The question of what that meant for everything else was one. Dumbledore walked out of the chamber still trying to answer, and the stone in his pocket was heavier than its size, and above him somewhere Fawkes was singing in fragments, bright pieces of the deep song filtering through the stone ceiling, and the old headmaster walked up through his school toward his office and his silver instruments and his 3 remaining lights, and tried to find the path from here to anywhere good. Chapter 4, The Trial. The summer between first and second year was the longest Harry had ever paid attention to. He was back at Privet Drive for July, which was the arrangement. Dumbledore had explained the blood wards with more candor than Harry had expected, sitting in the headmaster's office on the last day of term with the door closed and Fawkes visible and the portraits of previous headmasters pretending to sleep in that specific way portraits did when they were actually listening. The wards needed Petunia's house. They needed Harry's presence there for at least part of each summer. This was real, Dumbledore said, and not a manipulation. Harry had sat with that and cross-referenced it against the bond, and Fawkes had given him careful, complicated warmth, which he'd translated as true but incomplete. He'd filed it and moved on because there were more pressing things. Dumbledore had told him most of the truth in 3 conversations across June. The Horcruxes, the word, the concept, the specific horror of what Voldemort had done to himself. The prophecy, which Harry had sat with for a long afternoon in his room at Hogwarts, turning it over, examining it from different angles the way he'd examine any piece of information that was trying to define him. Neither can live while the other survives. He'd looked at Fawkes and said, "That's not a command, it's a statement of current fact," and Fawkes had pulsed something that was clearly affirmation. The last Horcrux, his own scar, Dumbledore had told him with the specific difficulty of someone delivering information they've known for a long time and found increasingly hard to carry alone. Harry had listened without interrupting. When Dumbledore finished, the office was very quiet. "You thought I'd have to die," Harry said. "I thought," Dumbledore said carefully, "that it might be necessary. That a willing sacrifice, you thought I'd choose it," Harry said. "Without knowing." Dumbledore was quiet. "You built the whole thing around me not knowing," Harry said. Not angry, working through it, pulling the architecture apart piece by piece to see how it was constructed. The life at the Dursleys, the ignorance, the managed exposure. You needed me to arrive at the moment of sacrifice without enough information to argue with the conclusion. I needed you to be capable of it, Dumbledore said. The sacrifice only works if it's genuinely willing. And you thought that if I knew, Harry said, I'd choose not to. Wouldn't you? Harry looked at him. I don't know yet, he said honestly. But I know that I'd rather make that choice with full information than have it made for me by what I don't know. He paused. There might be another way. I haven't found one, Dumbledore said. You haven't been looking with my variable in the equation, Harry said. A Phoenix Accord. What Fawkes can do. What happens when Phoenix fire meets a Horcrux that's inside a living person? He looked at Fawkes. You haven't thought through that combination because you didn't know it existed when you built the plan. Dumbledore looked at Fawkes for a long moment. No, he said quietly. I didn't. Then we're not done with the problem, Harry said. We're at the beginning of a different version of it. He'd left that conversation with the weight of it sitting in his chest alongside Fawkes's warmth, the two things coexisting, and he'd thought about it for the rest of term and was still thinking about it now, sitting in his room at Privet Drive in the July heat, his notebook open on the desk and Fawkes a warm immovable fact on the windowsill. The question of the Scar Horcrux was the long problem. He'd decided to approach it the way he approached all the long problems, park it, gather information, let understanding develop. Trying to solve it with what he currently knew was like trying to navigate with half a map. The short problem, and it had been short all summer, sitting at the front of his mind with the specific urgency of something overdue, was Sirius Black. He'd been writing letters since March of first year. Careful ones, constructed with the precision of someone who understood that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was a bureaucratic institution and bureaucratic institutions respond to specific inputs in specific ways. He'd started with the general inquiry, moved to the formal request for case review documentation, built slowly toward what he actually needed, which was someone in the department who had both the authority and the inclination to look at a case that had been closed for a decade. In July he got a reply that wasn't a form letter. It came from someone named Amelia Bones, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and it was short and direct in a way that immediately told Harry something useful about the person who'd written it. Mr. Potter, your correspondence regarding the Black case has been forwarded to my office. The case was closed in 1981 following the defendant's incarceration. No trial was held. I am uncertain what documentation you believe exists, as standard procedure was not followed in this instance. If you have new information or evidence pertaining to this case, I would suggest a formal meeting. My office can arrange this at your convenience. A. Bones, Director, DMLE. Harry read it twice. Then he wrote back immediately. Director Bones, I do have new information, including documentation obtained through Gringotts that I believe is relevant to the question of whether proper legal procedure was followed in this case. I am available at your earliest convenience. H. J. Potter. He sent it with Fawkes, because Fawkes was faster than any owl and the delivery method alone would tell Bones something about who she was dealing with. The meeting was arranged for the following Tuesday. The Ministry of Magic was impressive in the specific way of institutions that want you to understand they are important before you've had a conversation with anyone in them. The atrium ceiling, the fountain, the golden statues, Harry walked through it at 11 years old with Fawkes visible on his shoulder and watched the ministry workers stop and stare and file the information away that people were watching, because that was always useful. He was dressed carefully, not formally, he wasn't pretending to be an adult, but with the specific tidiness of someone who's thought about the impression they're making. He'd polished his shoes. He'd done his hair, which was a somewhat theoretical exercise given its structural independence, but the attempt was visible. Amelia Bones was a broad, square-shouldered witch with a monocle and the look of someone who'd spent 30 years making decisions that cost her something and had made peace with the cost. She looked at Harry when he walked into her office, looked at Fawkes, and looked back at Harry with the expression of someone rapidly revising their expectations. Mr. Potter, she said. Sit down. He sat. Fawkes settled on the back of the chair. I've reviewed what documentation we have on the Black case, she said, opening the folder on her desk without preamble. Harry appreciated this, she wasn't warming up to anything, just going straight at it. You're correct that there was no trial. Sirius Black was remanded to Azkaban on the authority of Bartemius Crouch Sr., who was then head of the department. The charge was the murder of 13 Muggles and 1 Peter Pettigrew, and the betrayal of James and Lily Potter to you-know-who. Voldemort, Harry said. She looked at him. Voldemort, she repeated, without flinching, which told him more about her. The charge of betrayal, Harry said. How was this established? Without a trial, what evidence was? It wasn't established, Bones said flatly. That's the problem. She closed the folder. Crouch had emergency wartime powers. He used them liberally. Black was the last Death Eater caught in the immediate aftermath, and there was considerable pressure to demonstrate that the ministry was capable of swift justice. She said the last 2 words with a quality that made clear how she felt about the justice in question. Sirius Black was my parents' secret keeper, Harry said. My parents switched to Peter Pettigrew shortly before they died. That information is in Gringotts documents. It was noted in communications between my father and his solicitor in October of 1981. Bones went very still. If Pettigrew was the actual secret keeper, Harry said, then Sirius Black didn't betray anyone. He couldn't have. The Fidelius charm means only the secret keeper can reveal the location. Black didn't have that capability. The silence in the office lasted several seconds. You have the solicitor's correspondence, she said. Harry produced the documents, copies, the originals at Gringotts in fireproof stone, and slid them across the desk. Gringotts also has a record of a meeting between my father and Dumbledore in September 1981, discussing the switch. Dumbledore knew. He watched her read. She was a fast reader, the kind who moves through documents with authority rather than anxiety, and when she finished she set them down and looked at Harry with an expression that was doing considerable work keeping multiple feelings organized. You're saying Albus Dumbledore knew that Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper and allowed Sirius Black to go to Azkaban without trial? I'm saying he had the information that would have cleared Black, Harry said carefully, and didn't provide it. I don't know what he knew and when, or what he concluded from it. I'm not making a claim about his intentions. He paused. I'm making a claim about Sirius Black, which is that the evidence for his guilt appears to be circumstantial at best and the evidence against it, which I've just given you, appears to be documented. Bones sat back in her chair and looked at the ceiling briefly, which was the gesture of someone thinking through the political dimensions of a thing that has many of them. Pettigrew is dead, she said. He died in the confrontation with Black. His body was never recovered, Harry said. 13 Muggles died. No wizard's body. Another pause. You've thought about this carefully, she said. For about 18 months, Harry said. I wanted to have everything in order before I brought it anywhere official. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at Fawkes, who was watching the conversation with the calm attention of something that knows it's witnessing something important and approves. A Phoenix Accord, she said. I've read about them. Most people haven't, Harry said. I have a good library, she said. And then, businesslike, the decision visible in the shift of her posture, I'm going to open a formal review of the Black case. This will take time. We'll need to petition the Wisengamot for a proper retroactive hearing, and that process is neither fast nor comfortable. There will be political resistance. I know, Harry said. I have some thoughts about managing that, if you'd find them useful. She looked at him with the first hint of something that was almost amusement. You're 11. I'm aware, Harry said. Do you want to hear them? She did. They talked for 2 hours. When Harry left, Fawkes riding his shoulder through the ministry atrium with every head in the building turning to watch, he had a formal petition filed with Bones's office and a follow-up meeting scheduled for August, and the specific satisfaction of someone who's done the groundwork and is now watching the first piece of the mechanism engage. Back at Privet Drive, he wrote to Dumbledore. Not to warn him, the review was happening regardless, and warning Dumbledore would give him time to prepare obstruction rather than cooperation. He wrote to inform him, which was different and more honest. I have filed a petition with Director Bones for a formal review of Sirius Black's incarceration. The documentation I've provided makes a strong case for a retroactive hearing. I think you should be prepared to cooperate fully with whatever the review requires, including disclosing what you knew in 1981 about the secret keeper switch. I'm telling you this directly because I prefer direct conversation to surprises. Harry. He sent it with Fawkes and then went downstairs and helped Petunia with dinner because it was Tuesday and that was what Tuesdays were now, and thought about Dumbledore reading the letter. The reply came the following morning. It was short. Harry, I will cooperate with the review fully. There are things I should have done differently in 1981. I am aware of this. Albus. Harry sat with that for a while. Then he folded the letter and put it in his files and went back to his notebook, which currently had 2 pages of thoughts on the Scar Horcrux problem that were getting somewhere interesting. He went back to Diagon Alley in August. Not for school shopping, though he did that efficiently in the first hour. He was now in a position to buy what he wanted rather than the minimum required, and he spent deliberate time in Flourish and Blotts building his practical library for second year. He was at Flourish and Blotts, in fact, when the Malfoys arrived. He heard Draco first, the specific social volume of someone who expects to be heard, and looked up from the Transfiguration section to find the Malfoy family entering the bookshop with the bearing of people who own things and want you to know it. Lucius Malfoy in person was different from the photograph Harry had found in the Prophet archives. Taller, more controlled, with the specific composure of someone who's learned to weaponize his appearance. His eyes found Harry immediately, with the instinct of someone who's been briefed. Harry watched him process the information, the scar, Fawkes visible and blazing on his shoulder, the stack of books in Harry's arms, the complete absence of social anxiety in Harry's expression. "Mr. Potter," Lucius said, crossing the shop floor with Draco trailing behind him. His voice was smooth and warm in the way of something with low friction and considerable force behind it. "I've been hoping to meet you." "Mr. Malfoy," Harry said. "Likewise." Lucius's eyes moved to Fawkes with the very controlled expression of someone who's been told things but finds the reality more significant than the report. "A phoenix," he said. "Extraordinary." "He's particular about people," Harry said pleasantly. Fawkes was looking at Lucius Malfoy with the steady, uncomplicated attention of a creature who has excellent threat assessment and is currently assessing. "My son tells me you made quite an impression at Hogwarts," Lucius said. "Your son made an impression as well," Harry said. "He's more complicated than his public presentation suggests." "I think that's a good thing, though I'm not sure he's decided yet." Draco, slightly behind his father, did something complicated with his expression. Lucius smiled. It was the practiced smile of someone who uses charm as a tool and is very good at it. "I wonder if I might have a word." "Of course," Harry said. They found a quiet corner of the shop, which emptied of other customers with the specific gravity that powerful magical people create around them without trying. Lucius put a hand on Draco's shoulder in a proprietary way and looked at Harry with the smile still in place but his eyes doing something more direct. "You've been making inquiries," Lucius said. "About various things. The ministry, certain legal matters. You're building something, Mr. Potter." "I'm learning," Harry said. "There's some overlap. A boy your age, with your profile, should have allies in the right places," Lucius said. "The Malfoy family has considerable influence. We could be useful to you." "You could," Harry agreed. "And I to you, possibly. What is it you actually want, Mr. Malfoy?" The smile adjusted slightly, the recalibration of someone who's used to a particular negotiating rhythm and has encountered someone who skips the opening movements. "Stability," Lucius said. "The last decade has been unstable. For certain families. A new order of things, one that accounts for the interests of those who understand how the magical world actually functions." "You want to know where I stand on blood politics," Harry said. Lucius looked at him. "The answer is that I think it's structurally incoherent," Harry said, pleasantly but without any softening. "The evidence for magical ability being heritable in the way blood purists suggest is actually quite weak. The distribution of powerful wizards across bloodlines doesn't support it. Hermione Granger is Muggle-born and had stronger first-year spell work than anyone in our year. Neville Longbottom is pure blood and currently developing at a rate that suggests his earlier difficulties were environmental rather than intrinsic." He paused. "Also, philosophically, I find it uninteresting. The question of what someone's grandparents were seems less relevant than what the person in front of you actually does." Lucius was very still. "That said," Harry continued, "I don't think you're purely ideological about it. I think you're pragmatic and the ideology is the container." "So?" He looked at Lucius directly. "What do you actually want?" A long pause. Draco was watching his father with an expression Harry couldn't fully read, something between fascinated and anxious. "Protection," Lucius said finally, and it was the first completely honest thing he'd said, stripped of the smooth warmth. "Certain choices were made. There are those who remember those choices and would see them revisited. Voldemort's return," Harry said. "If that were to occur. You want to be on the right side before it's too late to change sides," Harry said. It wasn't an accusation, just the identification of the actual shape of the thing. "And you thought aligning with me early might accomplish that?" "Something like that," Lucius said, quietly. Harry thought about this for a moment. He looked at Draco, who looked back at him with the expression of someone who's been watching his father negotiate all his life and has never seen the pattern interrupted before. "Here's what I'll offer," Harry said. Not an alliance, I'm not in the business of alliances with people I don't trust yet. But information. If what I know about the likely direction of events turns out to be correct, there will be a moment when choices matter a great deal. I'll tell you when that moment is coming, if I can, which will give you time to be on the right side of it. He paused. In exchange, I'd like to know about any objects of significant dark provenance currently in the Malfoy family's possession. The silence that followed was very specific. Fawkes chose this moment to ruffle his feathers with the sound of a fire catching, which in the quiet corner of Flourish and Blots was extremely loud. Lucius looked at the phoenix for a long moment. Then he reached into his robes and produced a book. It was old, bound in black, with a shabby cover and the specific quality of something that isn't what it appears to be. Harry recognized it with a sensation from the bond, not quite the warning vibration, something older than that, a deep dissonance, the way a musical chord goes wrong. He didn't touch it. That doesn't exist anymore, Harry said carefully. Lucius blinked. I beg your pardon. Whatever you were planning to do with it, Harry said, it won't work. The thing that made it significant is gone. Fawkes burned it. 18 months ago. He looked at the book. But the book itself still has active enchantments. It's still dangerous to whoever handles it. Lucius looked at the book in his hand with new and complicated attention. It was a gift, he said slowly. From the Dark Lord himself. I know, Harry said. And I know what you were planning to use it for. He looked at Lucius steadily. Don't. Whatever the plan was, a student, probably, someone vulnerable, a way to reopen something that shouldn't be opened. Don't do it. Not because I'm threatening you. He paused. Because it won't achieve what you want and someone innocent will get hurt. Another long silence. Draco was very still beside his father. Lucius slipped the book back into his robes with the careful movement of someone reassessing. You know a great deal for someone your age, he said. I've had good teachers, Harry said, and looked at Fawkes, who pulsed warmth, simple and complete. He picked up his books. Think about what I said, Mr. Malfoy. I meant the offer. When the moment comes, I'd rather have you on the right side of it. He nodded to Draco. Good luck with second year. He walked out of Flourish and Blots into the August sunshine of Diagon Alley and stood for a moment on the pavement, thinking. The diary Horcrux was burned and gone, he'd been certain of that, Fawkes's confirmation absolute. But the book itself was still out there, still enchanted, still being carried by Lucius Malfoy who'd had a plan for it. He'd disrupted the plan. Whether Lucius would find another use for it or quietly retire it into a Malfoy vault and forget about it was something Harry couldn't control. He could flag it, though. He added a note to the letter he was already composing to Bones in his head. Then he started walking toward the ice cream parlor because it was hot and he'd done good work today and a boy of 12 was entitled to ice cream regardless of the weight of his ongoing strategic concerns. The Wisengamot hearing for Sirius Black was scheduled for September 3rd, which was technically the day before the Hogwarts Express, and Harry submitted a formal request to the Wisengamot chambers, through Bones, who was proving to be exactly the kind of person he'd hoped she was, to have Hogwarts return delayed by one day for the involved party. The Wisengamot granted it with the slightly surprised air of an institution not used to being asked anything by a 12-year-old. He arrived at the ministry with Hermione, who'd told him in July and established a correspondence that had filled 2 months with letters about everything from legal theory to transfiguration to a genuinely excellent argument about whether the Phoenix Accord chapter in his Bonds book was empirically supported or primarily anecdotal. She'd been following the Sirius Black situation with the focus she brought to anything she decided mattered, and when he'd asked if she wanted to be there she'd replied within the hour. Neville came too. He hadn't explained why, and Harry hadn't asked, but Neville's expression when he arrived at the ministry atrium was the carefully controlled face of someone for whom this hearing had dimensions Harry could guess at. The people who'd put Sirius Black away without trial were the same people who'd let the Lestranges be the focus of the immediate investigation after his parents were tortured to insanity. The Wisengamot chamber was full. Harry had expected it to be full, He'd had enough time to understand how these things worked, that anything involving his name drew an audience the way light draws moths, but the quality of the fullness was interesting. There were people there who supported the review and people there who opposed it and people who were watching to see which way it went before deciding, and all three groups had arranged themselves in the seating with the territorial precision of people who've been doing this for years. Dumbledore was there. He sat in the Chief Warlock's chair with the expression of someone who has decided, visibly and publicly, where they stand, and the place he stood was on the side of this hearing proceeding, which Harry knew had cost him something with certain members of the Wisengamot who preferred their old decisions to stay buried. Harry sat in the observers section with Hermione and Neville and looked at the cell where they'd brought Sirius Black from Azkaban. He'd seen photographs. The file that Bones had shared with him had photographs from the arrest, 10 years ago, and he'd studied the face carefully. He'd seen the photograph in the library book that had given him the name. He'd built a mental image. The man in the cell was thinner than he'd prepared for, with the eyes of someone who's been somewhere very dark and has maintained himself through it by sheer force of something, will, or anger, or the specific grip of someone who has something to be angry about and has decided that anger is preferable to surrendering it. His hair was long and tangled and he had the look of someone who's been cold for a very long time. But his eyes were clear. That was the thing Harry held on to through the reading of the charges and Bones's methodical presentation of the evidence for review. His eyes were clear and when they found Harry in the observers section they stayed there, and Harry met the look steadily. His godfather. The word was still slightly abstract. Harry had been assembling it from documents and photographs and the fact of what it meant legally, building toward a reality he hadn't met yet. But the look in Sirius Black's eyes when he found Harry's face in the crowd was not abstract. It was the look of someone seeing something they thought they'd lost, and Harry felt something shift in him that he didn't have a word for yet but understood was important. He gave it a nod. Small, deliberate. Sirius blinked. Then his jaw set and he turned back to the proceedings with something in his posture that hadn't been there before. The hearing took 4 hours. Bones was brilliant, systematic, precise, letting the evidence speak without ornamentation. The defense offered by Crouch's faction, Crouch himself was not present, but his allies were, was primarily procedural, arguing that the emergency powers clause made the original incarceration valid regardless of subsequent evidence. Bones dismantled this with the satisfaction of someone who's been waiting for this particular argument and prepared for it thoroughly. Dumbledore testified. He was honest in a way that Harry thought cost him more than he showed, confirming that he'd known about the secret keeper switch, that he'd had documentation that could have cleared Black, that he had made a decision in 1981 that he now believed was wrong. He said it plainly, without the warmth and the management, and when he finished the chamber was extremely quiet. Harry watched the Wisengamot members' faces as they voted. He'd spent 2 months identifying the key swing votes, the ones who could go either way and would decide it, and tracking their likely positions. When the count came back at 63 to 29 in favor of a full acquittal, it was within 4 votes of his projection. Sirius Black stood up in the cell and looked at the chamber and there was a moment, brief, visible only if you were watching for it, where something crossed his face that was too large for the expression available to a person who's been in Azkaban for 10 years. Too many things at once. He locked it down with the speed of someone who's learned that certain feelings are dangerous to have in public. Harry stood up. He walked to the cell door as the Wisengamot guards unlocked it, and when Sirius stepped out, they looked at each other for the first time in 11 years without bars between them. Well, not the first time. Harry didn't remember the first time. But the first time that counted. Harry, Sirius said, and his voice was rougher than Harry had pictured, worn at the edges. Sirius, Harry said. They stood there for a moment, which was both shorter and longer than a moment, the way significant things are. You did this, Sirius said. It wasn't a question. I did the legal work, Harry said. Bones did the actual hearing. At 12 years old, Sirius said. I started at 10, Harry said. Sirius looked at him with the eyes that had stayed clear in Azkaban for 10 years, and Harry looked back, and Fawkes on his shoulder radiated something that was the warmest thing Harry had felt since the bond first formed in a cupboard under the stairs. "You have a phoenix," Sirius said. "His name is Fawkes," Harry said. "He was Dumbledore's, sort of. He decided to come to me instead." Sirius looked at Fawkes, who looked back with the expression of a creature being assessed by someone worth assessing. Then Fawkes leaned forward and touched his beak to Sirius's hand, very gently, and the warmth Harry felt from the bond was the specific deep kind. Sirius inhaled sharply. "Yeah," Harry said softly. "He does that." Hermione appeared at his elbow with the expression of someone who's been doing her own emotional processing and has arrived at the equilibrium required to be helpful. "He needs to see a healer," she said. "And eat something that isn't ministry cafeteria food. And probably sleep in an actual bed." "All true," Harry agreed. He looked at Sirius. "I have an idea about where you should stay. While things are being sorted out." "I'm cleared," Sirius said. "Acquitted. That means you're legally free and practically a man who's been in Azkaban for 10 years with no established income or residence," Hermione said. "Which is why Harry's plan is sensible." Sirius looked at Hermione with the expression of someone encountering a new force of nature. "Who are you?" "Hermione Granger," she said. "I'm helping." "She's been helping since August," Harry said. "She did most of the secondary legal research." He looked at Sirius. "Grimmauld Place." Sirius's expression shifted. "I haven't been there since you left at 16, Harry said. "I know. But it's yours legally. The Black family estate passed to you as the eldest surviving member, and your acquittal restores your full legal status. It needs work probably, but it's there." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. "You know a lot about my family." "I've been doing research," Harry said. "Shall we go?" They left the Wisengamot chamber together, Harry, Sirius, Hermione, and Neville, with Fawkes golden and bright on Harry's shoulder, and in the gallery above, Dumbledore watched them go with an expression that was visible to anyone looking, which was the expression of someone seeing a chain of consequences they set in motion decades ago arriving at a destination they hadn't imagined. He sat very still in the Chief Warlock's chair for a long time after the chamber emptied. Grimmauld Place was exactly as bad as Sirius had indicated it would be, and cleaning it took most of the first evening and several hours the next morning, which was actually useful because it gave Sirius something physical and purposeful to do and Harry something to observe and think about while doing it. Sirius, it turned out, was, when not recently released from a decade in Azkaban, funny. Quick, with a dark and deflecting humor that Harry recognized as the kind that develops in people who've learned that laughing at things is better than being crushed by them. He made jokes about the portraits of his ancestors that were actually quite good. He found a room that had clearly been his and stood in the doorway looking at it for a moment before going in and stripping the bed with the specific efficiency of someone who doesn't want to stand still. "Tell me about Hogwarts," Sirius said, hauling sheets to a pile in the corridor. Harry told him. Not the overview he'd give most adults, the real version, with Snape's paper and Flitwick's library and the trolley compartment with Hermione and Neville and Quirrell's face when Fawkes started glowing in defense class. Sirius listened with the focused attention of someone who's been starved of stories and is taking this one in whole. When Harry got to the mirror of Eriste and what it had shown him, Sirius went quiet. "What did it show?" Sirius asked. Harry described it. His parents, Fawkes, the people around him. The court of gold light. Sirius sat down on the stripped mattress frame with the look of someone who has been handed something too large and is working out how to hold it. "James and Lily," he said, and his voice had a different quality now. Not the dark humor. Something older and more unguarded. "They looked young," Harry said. "Younger than I expected." "They were," Sirius said. 21 when you were born. Lily was 22. He looked at his hands. "I was 21 when all of it happened." He looked up. "Do you know how old you feel at 21? "No," Harry said honestly. Like you know everything, Sirius said. Like you've figured it out. Like the things you've decided about the world are permanent. His mouth did something complicated. We were all so certain. James and Lily and me and Remus. And Pete. He stopped on the name. We were going to win. We were going to get through it and come out the other side, and it was all going to work out. Harry sat down on the floor across from him and waited. I should have been there, Sirius said. It came out flat. Not self-pity, something more precise than that. I talked James out of using me as secret keeper. I said Pete was safer, more unexpected. Nobody would suspect Pete. He looked at nothing. That was my idea. You didn't know Pettigrew had defected, Harry said. No, Sirius said. But I should have known. I should have, felt it, seen something. We were friends for 7 years. He looked at Harry. I had one job. Keep your parents safe. One job. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he said, carefully, do you want to keep going? Sirius blinked. What? Punishing yourself, Harry said. It seems like you've been doing it for 10 years, and I'm just wondering if you've decided when you're planning to stop. The silence was absolute. Then Sirius made a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and something that wasn't a laugh, and pressed his hand over his eyes, and the portrait of Walburga Black down the hall started screaming about blood traitors, which Sirius immediately stood up and went to deal with, still making the not-quite-laugh sound. Harry sat on the floor and let the moment settle, and Fawkes pulsed something from his shoulder that was warmth and something underneath it, the deep bedrock thing, and Harry thought about the word family and how it was a larger container than he'd been given room to understand until recently. In the Chamber of Secrets. He'd known about it since December of first year, not specifically, but the shape of it, something underneath the school, something old, the basilisk that the diary Horcrux had been meant to control. With the diary burned, the specific mechanism of the original attack was gone. But the chamber was still there, still sealed, and Harry had spent the better part of second year following the logic of it. He'd found the entrance in March, which was a significant amount of work given that it was a bathroom and Parseltongue was required, and he'd had to work out the Parseltongue question, which had turned out to be less complicated than expected. The bond with Fawkes meant he had access to things that existed at the level of fundamental magical instinct, and Parseltongue was apparently one of them, a language of the magic itself that the Horcrux in his scar had given him a connection to, but that the Phoenix Accord amplified and clarified. He could speak it. He could also understand what it was, which was a language rather than an omen, which he found it easier to think about in those terms. He went to the chamber alone, on a Sunday afternoon in April, because he wanted to see it and because there were some things you needed to do yourself. The chamber was extraordinary in the bleak, ancient way of things that have been sealed for 1,000 years, high columns carved with serpents, the long floor, the cold damp air. He walked the length of it with Fawkes blazing on his shoulder and his wand lit, and didn't feel afraid, which he'd checked for carefully because he thought fear was useful information and he didn't want to miss it. At the end of the chamber, the basilisk. It was enormous. 1,000-year-old basilisk is different in scale from the descriptions in books, and Harry stood at a respectful distance and looked at it and thought about what it was, not evil, just old and used by something evil, which was not the same thing. I'm going to talk to it, he told Fawkes. Fawkes radiated careful attention. He spoke to it in Parseltongue, the hissing, sliding language that felt like thinking in a different direction, and the basilisk's eyes, which he was being extremely careful about, remained closed while they talked. It was very old and not particularly interested in modern events, which was reasonable given that its primary human contact had been Slytherin himself 1,000 years ago, and then nothing until the Horcrux diary tried to use it. He asked it to seal the chamber again. To close the entrance permanently. To go deep and stay there, which was what it wanted anyway, having no particular appetite for the politics of the human world it had been born adjacent to. He came back up through the bathroom pipe and sealed the entrance behind him with a Parseltongue command that would take more than a second year's curiosity to undo, and went to Transfiguration, where he was 9 minutes late and McGonagall gave him detention with an expression that suggested she was curious about the reason but had decided asking was not the right approach. He told her afterward. Briefly. She sat at her desk and looked at him for a very long time. The Chamber of Secrets, she said. Permanently sealed, he confirmed. The basilisk. Still alive. Stayed there voluntarily. It seemed like the cleanest solution. McGonagall put her head in her hands for a moment. This was the McGonagall equivalent of a significant emotional response. I'm canceling the detention, she said. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. Don't thank me, she said. Go. He went. The end of second year brought a meeting Harry had been building toward since August, at which Lucius Malfoy formally surrendered the diary, the book itself, already empty of the Horcrux, but still carrying active dark enchantments, to Amelia Bones, in exchange for a written document that Harry had helped draft, which acknowledged cooperation with the Ministry's ongoing efforts regarding dark artifacts and noted Malfoy's voluntary contribution. It wasn't immunity. Harry had been clear with Bones that it shouldn't be immunity. Lucius Malfoy had done real things that had real consequences, and those things would have to be addressed when the full accounting came. But it was a marker on the record, a document that said, here, at this moment, this person chose the other direction. Lucius sat across from Bones and signed the document with the expression of someone who's made a decision they can't fully explain and has decided not to try. Harry sat beside Bones and watched him sign. Draco, who'd come with his father, sat across the office and watched Harry with the complicated expression he'd been wearing more consistently since September, which Harry had started thinking of as the Malfoy recalibrating face. He was working something out. Harry was letting him work it out at his own pace, because some things couldn't be rushed. On the way out, Draco fell into step beside him. You knew, Draco said. In the bookshop. You knew exactly what my father was going to do with that book. I had a strong working theory, Harry said. Someone was going to get hurt, Draco said. Yes, Harry said. He wouldn't have cared, Draco said. Flat. Not with accusation, just stating the thing. Not enough to stop. Harry looked at him. Maybe, he said. Or maybe he would have, given the right information at the right moment. People surprise you. Draco was quiet for a moment. He did give up the book. He did, Harry agreed. Why? Draco said. What does it actually do for him? It puts him on the right side of an eventual decision, Harry said. At least partially. When things come to a head with Voldemort, and they will, it's not a question of if. The people who've demonstrated they can choose differently will be in a better position than the people who haven't. Draco stopped walking. You're not afraid of any of this, he said. Any of it. The name, the Dark Lord, the politics, any of it. I've been watching you for a year and you're not afraid. Some of it's frightening, Harry said honestly. But fear isn't useful past the point where it's telling you to pay attention. After that it's just noise. Draco looked at him for a moment. I want to study with you, he said. This year. Properly. Not house politics, just, studying. Harry considered this for a moment. Hermione will be there, he said. And Neville. I know, Draco said. All right, Harry said. Thursday evenings. Library. Bring your own material. Draco nodded, once, with the careful dignity of someone making a decision that is also somewhat humbling, and walked back to his father, and Harry watched him go and thought about the specific alchemy of people changing direction when given somewhere worth going. Fawkes pulsed warmth. I know, Harry said. I think so too. He walked out of the Ministry into the London afternoon, into the noise and the ordinary crowds and the city that didn't know anything about any of this, and above him the sky was very large and Fawkes was warm on his shoulder, And Sirius was probably at Grimmauld Place making something appalling for dinner, and Hermione was probably annotating 3 books simultaneously, and Neville was probably in his greenhouse, which he'd started talking about with the specific tone of someone who's found the thing they were made for. He walked into the afternoon and thought about the 2 remaining Horcruxes that weren't the scar, and about the scar itself, and about what Dumbledore had said about the only way, and about what he'd said back, there might be another way. He was going to find it. He didn't have a plan yet, not exactly. He had Fawkes, and the bond, and 3 years of study, and the growing conviction that the magic at the intersection of their accord was something that nobody had mapped before because nobody had been in this specific situation before. That was enough. That was, honestly, more than enough. He turned toward the underground, a 12-year-old with fire in his chest and too much in his head, and the particular light step of someone who has more to do but is not afraid of doing it, and the city went on around him, and the sky was clear and wide, and somewhere in Scotland 3 lights burned on Dumbledore's silver instrument, and the headmaster sat in his chair and thought about the conversation that was coming, the one Harry had promised would happen, and tried to understand how to have it honestly. He was finding, increasingly, that honesty was the only thing left. Chapter 5, The War Before the War. 3rd year arrived with Sirius Black living legally at Grimmauld Place, eating properly for the first time in a decade, and gradually becoming someone Harry recognized as the person his parents had loved rather than the wreckage Azkaban had made of him. It wasn't fast. Sirius had nightmares that rattled through Grimmauld Place like weather, and mornings when he sat at the kitchen table with coffee gone cold in front of him and the particular stillness of someone watching a reel of something Harry couldn't see. Harry learned not to treat these mornings as problems to solve. He'd sit across the table and read, and eventually Sirius would surface and say something terrible about the wallpaper, which was genuinely terrible, and they'd eat toast and it would be fine. Remus Lupin was the new defense teacher, which Harry had found out through Dumbledore's quarterly letter. They'd established a correspondence that was more honest than it had been before and significantly more useful. He'd written back saying he thought it was a good choice and meaning it, because everything he could find on Lupin suggested someone who understood the subject properly rather than in the defensive panic way of the last several incumbents. What he hadn't written about was what he'd worked out in July, sitting with a medical reference book on lycanthropy and some careful reasoning about the dates in his parents' Hogwarts-era letters that he'd gotten from Gringotts as part of the estate documentation. He met Lupin at the Hogwarts station end, where teachers sometimes met the train for the first day, and the man who stepped forward to greet him was thin in the way of someone whose body has been through things that cost, with grey threading through his hair earlier than it should have been there, and the specific careful warmth of someone who knows they are fragile and has decided not to let it be a limitation. "Professor Lupin," Harry said. "Harry." Lupin's eyes were the warm amber of someone who remembered things from before the grief set in. They moved to Fawkes with the specific quality of someone encountering something outside their preparation. "Anne, Fawkes. I knew, I had heard, but he's been with me since I was 6, Harry said. Lupin looked at him for a moment with something that went all the way down. Then he said, quietly, "You have James's face and Lily's eyes. Everyone says that. But the way you're standing right now is entirely your own." Harry thought about this. "Good," he said. "Good," Lupin agreed, and smiled with his whole face in the way of people whose smiles are genuine precisely because they don't deploy them casually. "I know about the lycanthropy," Harry said. "I'm not mentioning it publicly or making it anyone else's business. I wanted you to know that I know so that we're not having a conversation with that in it." The smile became something more complicated. "How long have you known?" "July," Harry said. The medical history and the letters and the school records pattern fairly clearly. "You've been doing research on me," Lupin said, and it was the tone of someone deciding whether this was alarming. "I do research on most things," Harry said. "It's not personal." "Well, it's somewhat personal. You were my father's best friend." Lupin was quiet for a moment. "Then, we should talk. Properly. Not here." "Thursday evenings are good," Harry said. "I have a study group Thursdays but it ends at 8. Lupin looked at him with the expression that adults sometimes got, the one that was trying to work out which century Harry had come from. "All right," he said. Thursday evenings. The Dementors were the first problem. Not unexpected, Harry had read about Dementor effects, understood the theory, but theory and the actual experience of something systematically removing warmth and memory from the air around you were different orders of knowledge. The first time a Dementor came close to him, on the train, he felt it, that specific cold, the particular kind of dark that has weight, and Fawkes blazed. It was immediate and total. The Phoenix fire filled the compartment with amber light and heat and something that was the direct opposite of what Dementors did, and the Dementor outside the window recoiled with the specific speed of a thing that has encountered its natural counter and wants no part of it. Lupin, in the compartment, was already reaching for his wand, and he stopped when Fawkes lit the room and stood very still watching. When it was over, when the Dementor had retreated and the train lurched back into motion, Lupin looked at Harry with the expression of someone reassessing several things simultaneously. "You didn't cast a Patronus," he said. "No," Harry said. "I have a better option." Lupin looked at Fawkes, who was settling his feathers with the air of something that considers Dementors a minor inconvenience. "I was going to offer to teach you," he said. "I'd still like to learn," Harry said. "Practically. For situations where Fawkes isn't present." He paused. "Also, it's good magic. I want to understand how it works." Lupin looked at him for a moment. "You want to learn things that you don't strictly need because understanding them matters to you." "Yes," Harry said. "You're very like your mother," Lupin said softly. "She was the same." Harry sat with that, the way he sat with things about his parents that were real rather than legendary. Solid and small and his. He learned the Patronus by the end of October. It was a stag, which he'd had a feeling about but hadn't assumed, because assumptions about symbolic magic were the kind of thing that could go badly wrong if you were too attached to a particular outcome. The stag came out silver and full-bodied on the first full casting, which Lupin watched with an expression he didn't comment on and didn't need to. Peter Pettigrew was the third problem, though the second was the Dementors interfering with Quidditch in November, which Harry handled by flying in Fawkes's radius whenever the Dementors appeared on the pitch and watching the other team's seeker look increasingly confused about why the weather was different on opposite sides of the field. He knew Pettigrew was at Hogwarts by October. Not where specifically, that took longer, but the presence of the man, because Fawkes's Bond sense for things connected to Voldemort was accurate and persistent, and there was something in the castle that registered low and wrong, a background dissonance like a sound just below hearing. He told Lupin on a Thursday evening in October. Lupin went very still in the way of someone receiving information that reorganizes a decade of understanding. "You're certain," Lupin said. "Fawkes is certain," Harry said. "There's something here connected to Voldemort. Living. Small." He paused, working through it. "It's not in a fixed location. It moves. And it's connected to one of the students' things, not a professor." Lupin looked at the fire for a long moment. His hands, Harry noticed, were completely motionless on the arms of his chair, which was the stillness of someone exercising significant control. "Peter," he said. It wasn't a question. "That was my conclusion," Harry said. If he's in the school as something small, an animagus," Harry said. "Unregistered, clearly." "What form?" Lupin closed his eyes briefly. "A rat." Harry thought about the student who had a rat. Then he thought about which student that was and what that meant, and felt something that was complicated and required careful handling because it involved people he cared about. "Ron Weasley's rat," he said. Lupin opened his eyes. "Has it been bothering anyone?" "The rat?" "Has anyone? Ron's been unhappy about it for 2 years apparently," Harry said. "It's old and keeps disappearing. Hermione told me." She wasn't connecting it to anything, just noting it because she notices things. He paused. "We have to do this carefully. Harry, if we expose Pettigrew wrong," Harry said, "he runs. He's been hiding for 12 years. He'll run immediately if he senses anything coming. And if he gets back to Voldemort, he'll report that Sirius is free, Lupin said, the full chain of consequences visible on his face. That Sirius was acquitted. Voldemort will know his loyal Death Eater was kept from him by Harry Potter. Which changes Voldemort's plans, Harry said. Unpredictably. I'd rather have the information controlled. He looked at Lupin. I need you to trust me on the timing. Lupin looked at him for a long moment. What's the plan? I'm working on it, Harry said. Give me a week. He gave himself 3 days, which was enough. The solution was elegant in the way that solutions to complex problems sometimes are, when you've identified all the variables and found the arrangement where they all point the same direction. He talked to Sirius, who had to physically pace around Grimmauld Place's kitchen for 10 minutes before he could have a calm conversation about the man who had betrayed his best friends and let him spend 10 years in Azkaban. He talked to Bones, brief and specific, about what he needed from the DMLE. He talked to Hermione, who listened to the whole thing with her hands flat on the library table and her eyes doing the deep focus thing, and then said, we need to do it somewhere controlled. Closed. So he can't transform and run. The Shrieking Shack, Harry said. There's a tunnel under the Whomping Willow. A knot on the trunk freezes it. I found the passage in the estate documents. It was built when Lupin was a student, for the full moon. It connects to the shack directly. Hermione looked at him. You found the passage in estate documents. My mother kept copies of Hogwarts maintenance records, Harry said. She was head girl. She had access to a lot. And you have access to your mother's files. Through Gringotts, yes. She sat with this for a moment. Then, the transformation. If he transforms before we can get to him, Fawkes, Harry said. She nodded. That answered the question. It happened on a Tuesday in November, which wasn't the timing Harry had planned but was the timing that presented itself, because Pettigrew appeared to have sensed something, possibly Fawkes's dissonance detection, possibly Sirius's proximity when Sirius came to the school grounds on a visit that Harry had arranged and which Pettigrew apparently noticed. Scabbers made a break for it on Tuesday afternoon and Ron came to the library alarmed and baffled, and Harry looked at Hermione across the table and she looked back. Now, she said. Now, he agreed. He left Neville in charge of the study group, which was now 6 people including Draco who'd actually become useful to have in a study context because he had 5 years of private tutoring on subjects Hogwarts didn't get to until 5th year, and took Ron and Hermione to the grounds with a brevity that Ron found bewildering and would find less so shortly. Harry, what? Ron started. Your rat isn't a rat, Harry said, moving fast across the lawn toward the Whomping Willow. He's a man. An animagus. He's been hiding for 12 years. Ron stared at him. What? I'll explain everything in a few minutes. Keep up. Lupin met them at the Willow, having been alerted through the mirror communication system Harry had set up at the start of term, 2-way mirrors, one Harry's and one Lupin's, which Sirius had told him about from his Marauder days with the specific nostalgic pain of someone remembering who they were before. Sirius was also there, having apparently decided that waiting at Grimmauld Place for a signal was no longer something he was capable of. The Willow froze at the knot, the passage opened, and they went in. The Shrieking Shack was exactly as its reputation suggested, cold, damaged, long abandoned, and in the corner, pressed against the wall with the trapped and calculating expression of something small and cornered, was Scabbers, who was doing his best to be a rat and failing, because Fawkes was blazing in the confined space and the light of a phoenix in full attention makes pretending extremely difficult. Peter, Sirius said, and his voice had something in it that was 10 years of Azkaban and a specific waiting contained. The rat became a man. Pettigrew was small in the way of people who've been hiding so long they've compressed themselves around the habit of it, pale, trembling, eyes moving fast across the room with the rapid calculation of something assessing exits. His eyes landed on Harry and did something complicated that was recognition and guilt and an attempt at appeal all at once. Harry looked at him the way he looked at most things, steadily, and with full attention. Peter Pettigrew, he said. You've been in this school for 3 years. Scabbers before that, Gringotts has Percy Weasley's purchase receipt from before first year, and before Percy, Ron's brother Charlie had you at Hogwarts for 5 years. So 12 years total, hiding since my parents died. Pettigrew's mouth worked. You were their secret keeper, Harry said. You told Voldemort where they were. And then you killed 12 muggles to fake your own death and let Sirius take the blame. I had no choice, Pettigrew said, and his voice was reedy and immediate, the defense preloaded, something he'd been saying to himself in the dark for years. He would have killed me. You don't understand what it was like, the power he wasn't powerful enough to stop being afraid of, Harry said. But he was more frightening than the choice of letting 2 of your friends die and condemning a 3rd to Azkaban. The silence was complete. Pettigrew looked at Sirius, who was very still in the way of someone exercising extraordinary control, and then at Lupin, whose expression Harry couldn't quite read but felt like a kind of grief that had found its object after years of being directionless. I want to take him to Bones, Harry said. He wasn't asking, he was stating the plan and giving people the chance to weigh in. Alive. Full testimony. He knows where Voldemort currently is and what the plan for his return looks like, and that information is more useful than any other outcome. Sirius looked at Pettigrew for a long moment. He deserves, yes, Harry said simply. He does. And the way he gets what he deserves is through a public trial with full testimony that clears you completely and establishes the actual record of what happened. He looked at Sirius. I want him to have to say it out loud. In front of everyone. I think that's worse. Sirius held Pettigrew's eyes for several more seconds. Then he exhaled, sharp and hard, and stepped back. Fine, he said. Your call. It's not my call, Harry said. It's the right call. There's a difference. Fawkes, in the corner of the shack, radiated something that was warmth and precision simultaneously, the feeling of a thing being handled correctly. They bound Pettigrew, Harry did it, a clean binding charm that left no room for argument, and walked him out of the shack and across the grounds to McGonagall's office, which was the closest thing to official at that hour, and Harry knocked on the door, and when McGonagall opened it and took in the scene, Lupin, Sirius, 3 third years, and a bound man she hadn't seen in 12 years, she stood very still for a moment. We need to contact Director Bones, Harry said. Tonight if possible. McGonagall looked at Pettigrew. At Sirius. At Harry. Come in, she said. The Pettigrew trial was March, 4 months of Bones and her office building the case with Pettigrew's testimony, which he gave in full in exchange for a sentence reduction that Harry had helped negotiate down from Azkaban for life to 15 years, which he thought was actually more proportional and also more likely to produce useful information. Pettigrew confirmed everything, the betrayal, the switch of secret keepers, the faked death, 12 years of rat hiding at Voldemort's direction. He confirmed, also, Voldemort's current state and location, Albania, a weakened spirit form, and his plan for return, which was contingent on finding a loyal Death Eater to use as a vessel and a ritual that required Harry's blood. Harry sat in Bones's office the afternoon that Pettigrew gave the blood ritual testimony and thought about that for a while. He needs my blood specifically, he said. According to Pettigrew, yes, Bones said. The ritual requires the blood of the enemy. Harry looked at Fawkes and thought about what that meant in practical terms. Voldemort in Albania with no loyal Death Eaters left, the ones he trusted were either dead, in Azkaban, or hedging, like Lucius Malfoy, and a ritual he couldn't complete. Trapped in a ghost form, waiting. How long can he stay like that, he asked. The literature on non-corporeal dark wizards suggests indefinitely, Bones said. But indefinitely and effectively are different things. He can influence but not act. He can communicate but not direct. So we have time, Harry said. From his side, Bones said. From ours, the question is what happens when someone finds him who's willing to help. Not all the Death Eaters are accounted for. Harry thought about Bartemius Crouch Jr., who was supposed to be dead and probably wasn't, based on a thread of documentation he'd been following since second year. He hadn't mentioned it yet, it required more confirmation before he brought it to Bones. But it was on his list. "I'll let you know when I have more," he said. Bones looked at him with the expression he'd been getting from her consistently for 2 years, which was the expression of someone who's decided this is the most unusual professional relationship of their career and has made their peace with it. "You do that," she said. 4th year. The Triwizard Tournament arrived with the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations in October and the specific chaos of an event that hadn't been held in over a century being hastily resurrected for reasons that Harry had understood within a week of the announcement. He'd written to Dumbledore about it. "The timing is interesting. Voldemort needs my blood for the return ritual. A tournament where I'd be forced to participate, an internationally binding goblet of fire, a magical contract, would put me in controlled danger without any of the usual safeguards. I assume you've thought about this. Have you identified who put my name in, when it appears?" Harry. Dumbledore's reply, "I have thought about it. I don't yet know who placed your name in the goblet, as it hasn't happened yet, but I believe I know the likely mechanism. I'm watching the Moody situation carefully. Thank you for raising it directly. Albus." The name came out of the goblet at Halloween, Harry Potter, 4th champion, binding magical contract, and the Great Hall went the way it always did when something happened that nobody expected, which was loud and immediate and polarized. Champion smug, crowd murmuring, Dumbledore's expression doing careful work. Harry sat in his chair and looked at his name on the piece of parchment that a professor brought to him and thought, Crouch. The magical contract was real, Dumbledore confirmed this privately, with the specific frustration of a man who'd built in safeguards and discovered they hadn't accounted for whoever had done this. The goblet was an ancient magical artifact and the contract it created was woven into something older than wizarding law. Harry sat across from Dumbledore that night and thought about it. "I won't compete," Harry said. Contracts require consent," Harry said. "I'm 14. I didn't enter. Whatever the goblet thinks it's bound me to, the foundational element of a binding magical contract, intent, is missing." He looked at Dumbledore. "Get me a magical contract lawyer. A good one. The international is political. Get me the lawyer." Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. Then, "It may not work, Harry. The magic involved, may not," Harry said. "Which is different from won't. Get me the lawyer." The lawyer, an elderly witch named Castellan who specialized in ancient magical contracts and had opinions that she expressed directly and without apology, spent 3 days examining the goblet and Harry's situation and came back with a 40-page analysis that essentially said, the contract had a legal flaw in that it was created through fraud, specifically by someone who bypassed the age restriction through deception. And Harry's non-voluntary entry made enforceability questionable but not impossible, because the goblet's magic operated on a level that didn't interface cleanly with standard wizarding legal constructs. "What does that mean practically?" Harry asked. "It means you can refuse the tasks," Castellan said. "The contract will try to enforce consequences. We don't know what those consequences are. The original terms for non-compliance at this level haven't been tested in recorded history. It might simply not work, the magic finding no purchase. Or it might be unpleasant," Harry said. "Potentially," she said. "I can't recommend it as a legal strategy with confidence." Harry sat with this. "Then, I'll watch. The first 2 tasks. If the consequences for non-compliance are something I can manage, I'll abstain. If they're not, I'll participate minimally, complete the letter of the task with the least possible exposure." Castellan looked at him. "The letter of the task." "I have a phoenix," Harry said. "The tasks involve dangerous creatures and water and mazes. Fawkes changes the calculus on all of those." She looked at Fawkes. "Yes," she said. "I suppose he does." The first task was dragons. Harry knew because Fawkes had been watching the grounds for 3 weeks and the particular dissonance of 4 large, dangerous, frightened creatures appeared in his bond sense about 5 days before anyone was officially told. He told Hermione, who told him she'd already worked it out from the noise and smell. He told Cedric Diggory, because Cedric was standing in the corridor one afternoon with the expression of someone walking towards something they couldn't see, and Harry stopped and said, "Dragons. 4 of them, 1 per champion, all mothers with eggs. Tell Victor Crumb as well, it's not against the rules to know." Cedric stared at him. "How do you, I pay attention," Harry said. "You should use the transfiguration angle. McGonagall will help if you ask the right way." He told no one what he was doing, because what he was doing was nothing. He sat in the champion's tent and felt the goblet's magic press at him and discovered that Castellan was right. The consequences for non-compliance were a low-level magical discomfort, a pressure, unpleasant but not disabling. He sat with it and waited while the first 3 tasks completed, and when his turn came and the officials looked at him expectantly, he walked into the arena, looked at the Swedish short-snout, looked at the golden egg he was supposed to retrieve, and thought about the most efficient way to handle this that involved nobody getting hurt. Fawkes launched from his shoulder and went directly for the egg. The dragon watched Fawkes with the instinctive deference of a creature that recognizes something older and more fundamentally magical than itself in the way that deeply instinctual animals sometimes do, pulling back with a sound that was somewhere between a roar and something more uncertain, and Fawkes took the egg in his talons and carried it back to Harry and deposited it in his arms. Harry held the golden egg and looked at the stands. The crowd was absolutely silent. He looked at the judges' table. Dumbledore's expression was doing the micro-adjustment thing. Maxime looked astonished. Karkaroff looked like he'd bitten into something unexpected. He held up the egg, which was the task requirement, and walked out of the arena. He scored 47 out of 50. The 3 missing points were, presumably, for lack of style. The common room that night was complicated, Gryffindors who decided he was a fraud who didn't deserve his place and Gryffindors who decided he was extraordinary and couldn't stop talking about it, and Harry sat through both with the same equanimity and then went to bed, because tomorrow there were potions and a Thursday study group and he had notes from Castellan to review. Ron had been difficult since the name came out of the goblet, the specific difficulty of someone who decided, without discussion, that Harry must have entered for the fame, and who'd then spent 3 weeks finding that position increasingly indefensible and not being graceful about it. Harry had given him room, because that was the right thing to do, and Ron had come back around after the first task with the sheepish directness of someone who knows they were wrong and has decided the fastest way through is straight. "I was a prat," Ron said. "You were," Harry agreed. "Sorry," Ron said. "Accepted," Harry said. "Pass the pumpkin juice." That was it. That was the whole conversation. The second task was the lake. Harry didn't know what was being held underwater until the morning before, when the hostage-taking was explained and he found out that Hermione was the thing he'd supposedly miss most, which he thought was both logistically reasonable and emotionally accurate. Hermione was not, he felt, particularly impressed with the plan. "They used me as bait," she said, the evening before, very controlled. "Without telling me." "Yes," Harry said. "While I was sleeping. Apparently. And you're going to go down there and get me." "If you'd like," Harry said. "Or I can send Fawkes, he moves faster underwater than I would." She looked at him. "How does a phoenix move underwater?" "Apparently they can navigate as light," Harry said. The Bonds book had a section. "They can shift between states of matter if the accord is strong enough." He paused. "We've been testing it. He's quite fast." Hermione sat with this. "I want to be there," she said. "In the water. I don't want to just wake up on the bank." "I'll go with Fawkes," Harry said. "Gillyweed, I think. I found a reference." "The Mermish hostages," she said, following the thought. "The others, Cho for Cedric, Crumb's girl, they'll be retrieved," Harry said. "The champions will get to them." "What if they don't?" Hermione said, and Harry looked at her with the attention of someone who's registered that this is the actual question, the thing underneath the logistics. "Then we'll get them," he said simply. She looked at him. "You have a plan for that?" I always have a plan for that, he said. He did. He retrieved Hermione with 10 minutes left on the time limit, and then he and Fawkes, Harry on gillyweed, Fawkes burning as light through the cold black water, the two of them moving together in the specific coordination of the accord, came back up with Hermione and also Gabrielle Delacour, Fleur's younger sister, because Fleur hadn't made it through the Grindylows and the little girl was there alone and the proposition of leaving her for someone else to collect was not one Harry was willing to entertain. Fleur found Harry on the bank and hugged him with the specific unself-conscious relief of someone for whom the social calculus is genuinely irrelevant compared to the fact that her sister is breathing. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you." "Of course," Harry said, because it was the only thing to say and it was the true thing. The scores put him third, because he'd come in last, saving the extra hostage had taken time, but the judges had a small argument that Harry observed with interest and he came out second with a note about showing exceptional moral integrity, which Hermione pointed out was technically a compliment to him and a criticism of the task design, which she maintained loudly was problematic on multiple ethical levels. Harry let her. She was right, and the officials needed to hear it, and she said it better than he would have. May, before the third task. He was in Dumbledore's office, which was where he went now when something needed to be said directly, and the something was Bartemius Crouch Jr. He'd been building the case since second year, quietly, following the thread of Crouch Sr.'s documented movements against his public statements, the discrepancy in the Crouch family's Azkaban visitation records, the specific and inexplicable aging pattern in Crouch Sr.'s recent public appearances that matched documented polyjuice exposure in the potions literature. He'd brought it to Bones in March with the full documentation and she'd opened an investigation. The investigation had taken 6 weeks and had just confirmed it. Crouch Jr. is impersonating Moody, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him with the expression he'd been wearing more frequently this year, the one that had the specific quality of someone who has planned carefully and is watching the plans become collaborative rather than unilateral, and is still adjusting to which of those is better. "You're certain," Dumbledore said. "Bones is certain," Harry said. "She arrested Crouch Sr. 2 days ago." He confirmed it under Veritaserum. "Junior has been in the school all year, that's who put my name in the goblet." He paused. "And that means the third task is the point. Whatever Voldemort's plan for using me in the return ritual is, it goes through that maze." Dumbledore was very still. "The cup is a portkey," Harry said. "I'm fairly sure. A portkey to wherever Voldemort's current form is, wherever Pettigrew's been keeping him, probably the Riddle Graveyard in Little Hangleton, based on the documentation from Pettigrew's trial." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "You've been building to this conversation for some time." "I've been building to it since Pettigrew confirmed the return ritual," Harry said. "I needed to have everything in order first." "And now you do." "Now I do," Harry said. "The question is what we do about the third task." Dumbledore looked at his desk. His hands were folded and very still. "If Crouch Jr. is arrested, the maze still has modifications he made," Harry said. "We don't know all of them. And the cup is still a portkey, presumably, unless someone changes it, but changing it could alert whatever fail-safes are built in." He had thought about this for weeks. "Cedric. I beg your pardon." "Cedric Diggory is currently leading the tournament," Harry said. "He's likely to reach the cup first if the task proceeds normally. Whatever the plan was, putting me in the graveyard, if Cedric gets there instead, he would be killed," Dumbledore said, very quietly. "Yes," Harry said. Silence. "We need to stop the task," Harry said. "Or heavily modify it. Announce that modifications to the course have been discovered, run it differently. The cup needs to be examined and the portkey removed. Cedric needs to not touch it. If we stop the task, Voldemort's plan fails and he knows his agent has been compromised," Dumbledore said. "He'll adapt." "He's going to adapt regardless," Harry said. "He's been adapting since Quirrell failed. The question is whether we control the terms of the adaptation." He looked at Dumbledore with the direct steadiness that he'd been bringing to these conversations for 2 years. I don't want to give him my blood. I understand that refusing means he finds another way eventually. But he's limited, in Albania, without allies, without a body. Every delay costs him and costs us nothing if we're using it to prepare. Dumbledore looked at him. The prophecy, Harry said. Neither can live while the other survives. I know what you think that means for me. Harry, I told you I was thinking about the other way, Harry said. The Phoenix Accord version. I've been thinking about it for 2 years. Have you found it? Dumbledore asked, and his voice was very careful. I think so, Harry said. But I need more time. I need the rest of this year and probably the better part of next. He paused. Which I get if we don't let Voldemort return on his schedule. Dumbledore sat with this for a long time. The silver instruments ticked. Fawkes was on Harry's shoulder, warm and present, the bond solid and certain. You're asking me to trust you, Dumbledore said. I'm asking you to trust that I've thought about it more carefully than you have, Harry said, because you've spent 11 years thinking about the version where I die, and I've spent 2 years thinking about the version where I don't. The silence that followed was very long and very honest. All right, Dumbledore said. What do we tell Cedric? The truth, Harry said. He deserves to know what he was nearly walked into. He'll be frightened. He should be, Harry said. He's also brave. Let him be both things with accurate information. Dumbledore looked at him with the expression that had been developing across 4 years of these conversations, the one that Harry read as the specific feeling of watching someone become something you didn't design and finding it better than what you'd planned. All right, he said again. The third task was stopped 2 days before it was scheduled, officially for safety reasons related to undisclosed modifications to the course, which was technically accurate. Amos Moody was arrested. The real Alastor Moody was found in his own magical trunk, worse for wear but alive. The announcement was handled by Bones with the Ministry's official press apparatus, and the story that emerged was partial, enough to explain the arrest, not enough to expose the full shape of what had almost happened. Harry sat in the stands on the day the task would have been and looked at the unrun maze and thought about Cedric, who had found him after the announcement with the expression of someone who's been told something that changed the size of the world they were living in. You knew, Cedric said. You knew what the cup was. I worked it out, Harry said. If you hadn't, Cedric stopped. You would have touched it, Harry said. And you'd have gone to the graveyard. And what happened there wouldn't have been good. Cedric looked at him with the eyes of someone 20 minutes from a version of events that would have been final. Thank you, he said. It was the same kind of thank you as Fleur's, stripped of social packaging, just the real thing. Of course, Harry said. The same answer as before. Because it was the only answer and it was true. The maze sat in the evening light, empty and strange. The 5th Horcrux burned that night. Harry woke at 2 in the morning to Fawkes leaving, the bond stretched to its limit, and lay in the dark and counted. The diadem, that was what Fawkes was going for, he could feel the direction of it, the room of requirement which Harry had found in 3rd year and filed away as important. The diadem of Ravenclaw, lost for centuries, sitting in a room full of lost things and radiating the specific wrongness of a soul fragment that had been hidden too long. Fawkes came back an hour later. Tired, like after Gringotts. But satisfied in the deep complete way. Harry sat up in the dark and pressed his hand to his chest. 2 left, he thought. Nagini, Voldemort's snake. And the scar. He'd been thinking about the scar for 2 years and the solution he'd found was still theoretical, still dependent on something he didn't fully understand yet, but it was getting clearer. The Phoenix Fire and the Soul Fragment and what happened when those 2 things came into direct contact, not through him, not using him as a conduit the way his death would, but something more direct. Something that the bond made possible that no other arrangement would. He lay back down and thought about it for a long time in the dark, and eventually Fawkes resettled on the pillow beside him, warm and present, and the bond pulsed steadily between them. For years from now, he thought. Maybe 3. Whenever Voldemort found a way back, through whatever means, with whatever allies, because he would, eventually, that was the shape of things. He'd be ready. He closed his eyes. Sleep found him quickly, the way it always did when something had been resolved, and the bond hummed between heartbeats, and in the north of Scotland the night moved slowly toward morning, and in the Albania forest a formless spirit felt the diadem go dark and understood that the architecture of its immortality was crumbling in ways it was only now beginning to calculate the full weight of. And in a circular office the headmaster sat at his desk and looked at 2 remaining lights on his silver instrument and thought about a boy who was building something he hadn't designed toward an ending that might actually be survivable. He held that thought carefully. The way you hold something fragile. The way you hold something you hadn't let yourself hope for. Chapter 6, The Headmaster's Last Gambit. 5th year began with Voldemort solving his problem the way he always had, by finding the one person desperate enough and damaged enough and angry enough to help. Wormtail had been unavailable. Crouch Jr. was in Azkaban. The loyal Death Eaters in the general population were either hedging, watching which way the wind was going, which was an increasingly complicated calculation, or too deeply embedded in their post-war respectable lives to risk exposure. Voldemort's options had narrowed considerably, which Harry had been tracking through Bones's intelligence network and his own, and the conclusion he'd reached in August was that Voldemort would find a way regardless, because the alternative was remaining a formless spirit in an Albanian forest indefinitely, and whatever Tom Riddle was, he was not patient. The way he found was Quirinus Quirrell's younger brother. This was unexpected. Harry gave himself credit for the things he'd anticipated correctly and honest assessment for the things he hadn't, and he hadn't anticipated a second Quirrell, which was on him for not following the family lines further. The younger brother, Aldous, according to the records Bones found when Harry flagged the Northern Macedonia sighting in early September, had none of his brother's reservations about the encounter and walked into an Albanian forest in July with the specific ambition of someone who wants to matter on a large scale and hasn't thought carefully about what that costs. By August, Voldemort had a body. Weak, limited, burning through the host in a way that couldn't last, but functional. Harry found out through Fawkes. The bond sense changed on August 19 in a way that Harry hadn't felt before, a sharper version of the old dissonance, the wrongness signal, but now with location and mass. Something that had been diffuse and formless now had weight and direction. He was at Grimmauld Place, sitting in the kitchen with Sirius and a plate of eggs that Sirius had made with more confidence than skill, when the change moved through him and he set down his fork. "He's back," Harry said. Sirius went very still across the table. Not the full ritual," Harry said, working through the bond sense, translating the information the way he'd been translating Fawkes for 5 years. "Something opportunistic. He's in a body but it's temporary. He's buying time." "How do you know?" Sirius asked. "Fawkes," Harry said simply. Sirius looked at Fawkes on the windowsill and had the expression he sometimes got, the one that was still catching up to the reality of the accord, of what it meant for Harry to have this particular connection to this particular bird. "What does he need?" "He still needs the ritual," Harry said. "My blood, an enemy's blood, a willing servant, a specific incantation." Pettigrew confirmed all of it under Veritaserum. "Without the full ritual the host body won't hold." He picked his fork back up. "He's got months. Maybe a year." "And you're eating eggs," Sirius said. "The eggs are unrelated to the strategic situation," Harry said. "Eat yours. They're getting cold." Sirius looked at him for a moment with the expression that had become familiar over 2 years, the one that was proud and terrified simultaneously, the specific cocktail of feelings that came from loving someone who moved through large dangers with the same matter-of-fact attention other people brought to ordinary problems. "I hate this," Sirius said. "I know," Harry said. "I know you know," Sirius said. "I'm saying it anyway because saying it is the thing I have." "Fair," Harry said. He ate a forkful of eggs. "They're actually decent today." "Don't patronize me," Sirius said, but something in his face went less tight. He wrote to Dumbledore that afternoon. Not a report, He'd gotten past the stage of feeling like he owed Dumbledore reports, which had taken most of third year to establish clearly. This was a coordination letter, the kind you sent someone who was on the same side of a problem and had information you needed. Voldemort is in a host body as of this week. Temporary, opportunistic, not the return ritual. He's stable for months but not indefinitely. I want to discuss the Nagini situation before term begins. I think we're close and I don't want to wait until he's stronger. Can we meet? Harry. Dumbledore replied within the hour, which was fast even for Dumbledore, and the reply suggested Thursday. They met in the headmaster's office, Harry and Fawkes on one side of the desk, Dumbledore on the other with his hands folded and the silver instrument behind him showing two steady lights, Nagini and the scar. He's in Macedonia, Harry said. Northern, near the Brigalnica. Bones has the location confirmed from two sources. Yes, Dumbledore said. I had the same report this morning. Nagini will be with him, Harry said. She's always with him, she's not just a pet, she's a Horcrux, and that means she's part of what anchors him. If he gets more powerful, she becomes harder to reach. You're suggesting we act now, Dumbledore said. I'm suggesting Fawkes acts now, Harry said. There's a difference. Dumbledore looked at Fawkes. The snake. Phoenix fire on a Horcrux, Harry said. We've established that it works. 5 times now. The snake is mobile and dangerous and probably the most heavily defended of the remaining ones except, he gestured at his own head. But Fawkes can move as light. He's faster than anything. If he comes in above the wards, Voldemort will sense a phoenix, Dumbledore said. The accord, the magic between you, it has a signature he'll recognize. He's felt it before, through Quirrell. I know, Harry said. He'll know I sent him. That's fine. Dumbledore paused. You want him to know? I want him to understand the shape of what's happening, Harry said. I've been taking things from him for 5 years, the Horcruxes, his agents, his plans. He knows something is wrong. He doesn't know exactly what. Harry looked at the silver instrument. When Nagini goes dark on that thing, he'll start to understand. And when he understands, he'll come after me directly. Which is what you want, Dumbledore said slowly. Which is what has to happen eventually, Harry said. Better on our terms than his. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Outside the office windows the Scottish summer was fading, late August light going golden and long across the grounds. The portraits were paying close attention without appearing to, which Harry had learned to read years ago and no longer commented on. The scar, Dumbledore said. You told me 2 years ago you were thinking about another way. I have one, Harry said. Tell me. Harry sat back in his chair and looked at Fawkes for a moment, then back at Dumbledore with the steady directness that he'd been developing since he was 6 years old in a cupboard with a bird that looked at him and saw something true. The Horcrux in my scar is a soul fragment, he said. Voldemort's. It got there because the killing curse rebounded, the love protection my mother created sacrificed herself into. The rebounding curse carried a piece of Voldemort's soul with it into me. A fragment. Not all of him, not the essential part. A piece. He paused. Every other Horcrux, Fawkes burned from the outside. Object, fire, done. The soul fragment in me is different because the container is alive. Yes, Dumbledore said carefully. You thought I'd have to die, Harry said. The soul fragment dies with me, and Voldemort loses his last anchor, and the curse intended to kill me rebounds again without the Horcrux muddying the sacrifice protection. He met Dumbledore's eyes. That's the plan you've been maintaining. It was the only mechanism I could identify, Dumbledore said, and his voice had the specific quality of honesty that comes when someone has been carrying something alone for a very long time. I looked for alternatives. I spent years looking. The soul fragment is intertwined with your own, it's not a foreign object, not clearly delineated. Normal methods of soul fragment removal would damage me, Harry said. I know. I read Hermione's notes on it. She spent 4 months last year on the theoretical problem. Dumbledore stared at him. She knows. She knows the theoretical problem, Harry said. Not the full specific application. She was working on it because I asked her to without explaining everything. He paused. The answer she came back with, and she got there, because she always gets there, was that standard removal methods fail because they target the fragment as a foreign body, but the fragment has been integrating with my own magic for 15 years. It's partially native now. Which is why it has to be approached from inside. From inside, Dumbledore said slowly. The Phoenix Accord, Harry said. The bond between Fawkes and me runs through me. It's not external, it's internal, woven through my magic the same way the Horcrux is. Phoenix fire, when I access it through the bond rather than from outside, has a different character. It's surgical. Aware. He looked at Fawkes, who was watching the conversation with the attention of a creature that has been thinking about this problem as long as Harry has. We've been testing it. Small scale. Controlled. Dumbledore's expression had shifted from careful to something more complicated. Testing. With minor soul resonance objects, Harry said. Fragments of objects that had Horcrux exposure without being Horcruxes themselves. Fawkes can work inward through the bond and locate the fragment distinctly from my own magical signature. They're different. The Horcrux fragment is colder, more rigid, doesn't have the same organic variation that my own magic does. And the fire, Dumbledore started. Doesn't burn me, Harry said. Because the accord is mutual. Fawkes's fire through the bond is calibrated to me. He knows what I am the way he knows himself. The fire finds what's foreign and, he made a brief gesture. We think. The silence in the office was very dense. You think, Dumbledore said. It's still theoretical at the highest scale, Harry said. We haven't run it at full strength because we've only had the small-scale tests. But the logic holds. The bond fire is the right tool because it's already inside the system. He looked at Dumbledore. It's not without risk. I won't pretend otherwise. What is the risk? If Fawkes misjudges, Harry said, if the calibration is off at the critical moment, there's a possibility of collateral damage. To my own magic. To me. He said it flat and clear, because that was the honest way. But the alternative is dying on purpose. And I've run the math and this has better odds. I'm not certain, Dumbledore. Harry looked at him with complete steadiness. You built a plan around my death because it was the only thing you could see. I believe you. I don't think you were wrong given what you knew. But you didn't have the Phoenix Accord variable and I do, and I've been working on this specific problem for 2 years with the only tool that might actually solve it. He paused. I'm not asking your permission. I'm telling you the plan so that you can help if you want to, and so that when it happens you're not surprised. Long silence. When, Dumbledore said. When he comes for me, Harry said. And he will. Especially after Nagini. Dumbledore looked at his desk for a long time. Then he looked at Fawkes, and the look had things in it that Harry thought were private enough not to examine too closely, the old man and the bird that had left him, and whatever that was still between them. I should have told you more, Dumbledore said. Earlier. More honestly. Yes, Harry said. I told myself it was for your protection. I know, Harry said. And some of it was. But some of it was for the plan. Yes, Dumbledore said. Same honest accounting, returned. We're past that, Harry said. Both of us. Dumbledore looked at him. Are you angry with me? Harry thought about it, the way he thought about everything, actually, without rushing toward a comfortable answer. Sometimes, he said. When I think about the cupboard. The years I spent not knowing things I needed to know. He paused. But anger about past things is only useful if it changes future things. I'd rather you be honest with me now than feel worse about then. Dumbledore sat with this for a moment. Then he said, very quietly, "You are remarkable, Harry." "I'm practical," Harry said. "Send Fawkes to Macedonia." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "When Fawkes is ready." Harry looked at his phoenix. Fawkes was already looking at him, had been, probably, for the last 10 minutes, with the old dark eyes that had looked at him in a cupboard when he was 6 and seen something worth choosing. "Tonight," Harry said. Fawkes pulsed warmth. "Complete and ready." Fawkes left at midnight and came back before dawn. Harry didn't sleep. He sat at his desk at Grimmauld Place with his notebook and the small test-scale records he'd been keeping and went through the Horcrux problem again from the beginning, checking his logic, looking for the flaw that might exist in something he wanted too much to be right. He found 2 things to tighten and adjusted them and checked again and found the logic held. Sirius came down at 2 in the morning, in the way Sirius had of appearing when something was happening and making tea as his primary response to situations he couldn't control. He set a mug next to Harry's notebook without asking questions, looked at the bond sense that Harry was doing a bad job of keeping off his face, and sat down across the table. "He's doing it," Sirius said. "Yes." "Nagini." "Yes." Sirius wrapped his hands around his own mug. "And then it's you." "And then it's me," Harry agreed. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. "James would have charged in," he said. "First available opportunity. Full frontal, no strategy, absolute conviction that his own momentum was a substitute for a plan." "I know," Harry said. "I've heard the stories." "You're not like that," Sirius said. "I know," Harry said again. "Lily would have read everything," Sirius said. "Every book, every possible scenario. She'd have prepared for every variable. She'd have had 17 backup plans and she'd have run through every one in her head until she was certain." "Also me, somewhat," Harry said. "Somewhat," Sirius agreed. "But there's a third thing. The way you're sitting right now, waiting. Not anxious waiting, the other kind. James couldn't do it. Lily could, but it cost her." He paused. "You just wait. Like you trust the process." "I trust Fawkes," Harry said. "Same thing, isn't it?" Sirius said. Harry looked at his phoenix's empty perch and felt the bond stretch to its limit, functioning at the far end of its range, Fawkes somewhere over Eastern Europe burning the last snake that wasn't the piece inside Harry. "Yeah," he said. "Same thing." Fawkes came back at 4:47 in the morning, trailing the smell of deep heat and the particular exhaustion of something that has done a significant thing and knows the next significant thing is coming. He landed on Harry's shoulder and was warm and present and certain. Harry checked the bond with the attention he'd developed over 5 years of reading it precisely. The dissonance, the background wrongness that had lived in his awareness since he'd started being able to feel Horcrux resonance, was different. Reduced. Quieter. One source left. He reached up and touched the scar on his forehead very lightly. "I know," he said. "I know." The bond pulsed steadily. Voldemort came to Hogwarts in October. Not subtly, Harry had expected subtlety, or at least tactical indirection, and had prepared for various approaches, but what actually happened was that Voldemort came in the specific way of something that has decided it's done being indirect. He arrived at the edge of the Hogwarts wards on a Tuesday afternoon with 12 Death Eaters and stood there, which immediately triggered every alarm the school had, which were extensive. Harry was in charms when the wards sang. He stood up from his desk and said, "Excuse me, Professor Flitwick," and Flitwick, who had been teaching Harry on and off for 5 years and had a reasonable read on when the student was operating above the level of classroom interruption, said, "Go," without looking up from the third-year demonstration he was simultaneously managing. He met McGonagall in the corridor. "The wards," she started. "I know," Harry said. "Get everyone inside. Keep them away from the windows that face the north grounds." "Harry, please, Professor," he said, with the specific calm that made McGonagall stop arguing and start acting, which she did now, turning and moving with purpose down the corridor and beginning the organized evacuation of the north-facing classrooms. He found Hermione at the junction of the third and fourth floor corridors. She looked at him. He looked at her. The conversation they'd been having for years, the one about preparation and probability and the specific problem of the scar, was visible in her eyes, the awareness that today might be the day they'd been preparing for. "You have the theory," she said. "I have the theory," he said. "And Fawkes is ready," he said. "We've been ready since August." She looked at him for a moment with the expression that was Hermione being absolutely controlled about something she felt very strongly, which he'd become fluent in over 4 years. "If anything goes wrong," she said, "I need you to know that working on this problem with you has been the most, Hermione," he said. She stopped. "It's going to work," he said. "Not with false certainty. With the real kind, the kind that comes from having done the work and checked it and found it solid. But also, same. Obviously. You've known that for years." She took a breath. "Obviously," she said. "Go." He went. Neville was in the entrance hall, and Harry stopped for exactly long enough. "The students," Harry said. "I need you to, already on it," Neville said, with the matter-of-fact calm of someone who's been paying attention for 5 years and knows what his part is. "Seamus is with the Hufflepuffs, Dean's got the North Corridor, I've got the entrance hall. Nobody goes outside." Harry looked at him. The boy from the boat who'd gripped the sides, still there, underneath the 5th year, who could name every plant in the Hogwarts greenhouses by genus and had a 3-year unbroken record in herbology. But not only that, not anymore. "Good," Harry said. Neville nodded once. "Don't die," he said. "That's an order." "Since when do you give orders?" Harry said. "Since it needed saying," Neville said. Harry went. He walked out through the main doors onto the steps and looked north across the grounds and saw them, 12 black-robed figures arranged in the loose formation of people who are here to demonstrate force rather than immediately apply it, and in the center of them a figure that was wrong in a way that had nothing to do with appearance and everything to do with what Harry's bond sense told him about it. Voldemort. He'd expected, despite everything, to feel something when he first saw him. He'd spent 5 years thinking about this moment, preparing for it, building toward it, and somewhere underneath all the preparation there had been a small question about what it would feel like to stand across a field from the person who'd killed his parents when he was 15 months old. What he felt was clear. Not angry, not afraid. Clear, the way the air goes clear after a storm, when everything that was obscuring the view has been resolved into weather. He walked down the steps and across the grounds. Fawkes was blazing on his shoulder, brighter than Harry had seen him since the chamber in first year, the amber light radiating outward in a way that made the October afternoon look warmer than it was. He could feel the bond between them running deep and certain, like finding bedrock under loose soil, there, always, foundational. He stopped 20 feet from the line of Death Eaters. Voldemort looked at him. Harry had read about this moment in the theoretical sense, the prophecy, the inevitable confrontation, the marked and the marker facing each other. What he hadn't read was how ordinary it was at the actual instant of arrival. A person across a field. A person who'd made terrible choices and broken himself doing it and was now standing with the wreckage of those choices arranged around him, looking at a 15-year-old with a phoenix on his shoulder. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. His voice had a quality that Harry recognized intellectually as designed to cause a particular response, low, resonant, carrying a kind of cold authority. He felt it register and noted it and set it aside. "Tom Riddle," Harry said. The Death Eaters stirred. One of them, Bellatrix Lestrange, Harry recognized her from the Wisingamot files, the face of someone who'd organized their entire personality around devotion to something that didn't deserve it, made a sound like he'd struck something. Voldemort didn't react, which told Harry more than a reaction would have. He was past the stage of being provoked by the name. He'd processed that Harry would use it. "You've been busy," Voldemort said. My Horcruxes. Your phoenix burned them, Harry said. Well, not mine originally. But ours now. I know. The red eyes, which were extraordinary in the wrong direction, not in the way of natural variation but in the way of something that had been done to them, deliberately and at cost, moved to Fawkes with the focused attention of genuine intelligence. Fawkes. I knew him, once. He was Dumbledore's. A pause. And then he chose you. Yes, Harry said. And you came out here alone, Voldemort said. Without your headmaster. Without your friends. Without your Order of the Phoenix or your Ministry allies. Just you. Just me, Harry agreed. Because you believe you don't need them. Because this part has to be done between us, Harry said. Other people would complicate it. Voldemort looked at him for a long moment. The red eyes were assessing, not performing assessment, actually doing it, and Harry let it happen, because there was nothing to hide. Whatever Voldemort saw was what was there. You're not afraid, Voldemort said. It had the quality of something confirmed rather than discovered. No, Harry said. Most people are afraid of me. Most people haven't been thinking about this meeting for 5 years, Harry said. I've had time to work through it. Something in Voldemort's expression shifted, the slightest adjustment, the thing beneath the practiced control moving closer to the surface. The Horcruxes are gone, he said. You understand what that means. It means you can die, Harry said. Permanently, now. Like everyone else. It means I have nothing to lose, Voldemort said. Do you understand that? I understand that you think so, Harry said. I disagree. A pause. I think you still want to win, Harry said. I think the difference between you and someone with genuinely nothing to lose is that you still care about the outcome. You've always cared about the outcome, power, legacy, the world organized according to your vision. Nothing to lose means not caring. You care enormously. The silence stretched. You've thought about me, Voldemort said, and the tone had something in it that wasn't quite what Harry expected, something that was almost, strangely, acknowledgement. Extensively, Harry said. You're interesting. As a study. What you did to yourself, the Horcruxes, the magic you invented to do it, the lengths you went to, it's extraordinary, in the literal sense. I don't respect the application but the capability is genuinely remarkable. Don't, Bellatrix snapped from behind Voldemort. Don't you dare, Bella, Voldemort said, and she went silent immediately. He looked at Harry for a long moment. What do you want from this? An ending, Harry said. A real one. Not you gone until next time, not a temporary setback. Done. And you think you can accomplish that? I think Fawkes can, Harry said honestly. I think the Phoenix Accord gives me access to something that you've never had to account for, because it didn't exist until 5 years ago, and the solution to the last Horcrux is inside that framework. Voldemort went very still. He was quick, Harry had always known that, the intelligence behind everything he'd done was genuine and fast, and it moved now through the implication of what Harry had said with the speed of someone who's understood the shape of a problem before the sentence finished. The scar, Voldemort said. The scar, Harry confirmed. It's inside you. Yes. And you're going to use Phoenix fire, from inside the bond, to burn it out of you. Yes, Harry said. Voldemort looked at him with an expression that was the most unguarded thing Harry had seen on him, not fear, not rage. Something more complicated. The expression of a chess player looking at a board and recognizing a combination they missed 10 moves ago. That will kill you, Voldemort said. Possibly, Harry said. Less likely than the alternative. The alternative being my killing you directly. Voldemort's voice was very flat. Which is what you're preventing by doing this now, before I can force the issue. I'm not preventing anything, Harry said. I'm choosing the terms. You would have gotten me eventually, you were always going to try. But on your terms, with the ritual you needed, my blood would have restored you fully. This way, he stopped. This way the Horcrux dies and you don't get any of what you wanted from me. And you might die anyway, Voldemort said. Yes, Harry said simply. But I might not. The red eyes looked at him across the October grass. The Death Eaters were very still. Fawkes burned on Harry's shoulder with the warm steady light of something that has made its decision and has no second thoughts. No one has ever spoken to me like this, Voldemort said. Do you know that? In 70 years. I know, Harry said. People are generally too frightened. Or too stupid, Voldemort said. Or too manipulated. He said the last word with a specific weight, and his eyes moved briefly to the castle, to where Dumbledore was. Harry knew, he could feel Dumbledore's specific magical presence at the top of the astronomy tower, watching. Your headmaster built a tool, Voldemort said. He built you to die for him. I know, Harry said. And you're not angry. I handled that, Harry said. I'm past it. You're extraordinary, Voldemort said, and it was the most disturbing thing he'd said, because it was true and he knew it and he said it with the tone of something that is being honest in its last moment of engagement before the thing it's been avoiding. Tom, Harry said. And it was the first time he'd used the first name, not Tom Riddle, just Tom, because what he was looking at wasn't a Dark Lord in this moment, it was the end of something, and calling it by its actual name seemed important. It didn't have to be this. The red eyes were very still. I know, Voldemort said. Quiet. Real. The only completely real thing he'd said in 70 years, maybe, and Harry felt it register in the bond as something heavy and sad, because it was. Then the wand came up and the moment was over. Avada Kedavra. The green light came across the 20 feet between them and Harry did nothing. He didn't dodge. He didn't raise a shield. He'd thought about this for 2 years and the conclusion had always been the same, the killing curse wasn't the threat. The Horcrux in his scar was the threat, because the soul fragment wanted to reach Voldemort through the connection the curse would create, and if it did, Voldemort would be strengthened by it, the fragment returning to its source, the connection reinforced. He couldn't let that happen. The moment the curse hit him, before it could move through the scar and down the connection, Harry went inward. The bond was always there. He'd lived with it for 9 years, had learned its every quality and register, and right now it was open fully, not like a road, like a river in flood, the full force of the Phoenix Accord running through him in both directions. He could feel Fawkes outside him and inside him simultaneously, the fire present in his chest and through his arms and in the exact location of the scar, and he found the fragment the way you find something familiar in the dark, not by looking but by knowing where it is. There. Cold and rigid and old and wrong, a piece of something that wasn't him, that had lived inside him without his consent for 15 years, and the bonfire found it the way fire finds the thing that will burn. Fawkes sang. The song was inside him. Inside, not outside, that was the difference, that was the thing no one had been able to calculate before, because no one had been inside the bond when they needed to, no one had had this specific architecture. The song moved through Harry's own magic like light through water, finding the foreign thing, distinguishing it from everything around it with the precision of something that knows the difference between what belongs and what doesn't. The soul fragment burned. Harry felt it go, not painless, he wouldn't say painless, it was a sensation he didn't have words for and wasn't going to try to produce retroactively. But it was brief, and it was complete, and when it finished the place in him where the scar lived felt like a wound that's been cleaned. Sharp. Clear. Genuinely his for the first time. He came back to the outside world. The killing curse had hit him and, like before, like 15 months old in Godric's Hollow, found no purchase. The same protection, the same mechanism, his mother's sacrifice still living in his blood, and without the Horcrux to muddy it the rebounding was clean. The curse went back. Voldemort had spent 50 years running from death. He'd reorganized himself around the project of avoiding it, had broken his soul apart and hidden the pieces in objects across the world, had invented magic specifically designed to keep himself alive. And now, standing on the Hogwarts grounds in October with 11 Death Eaters behind him, he encountered death with no Horcruxes left to anchor him, no pieces of soul distributed across the world, nothing but the part of him that was actually him, and the rebounding curse found it, and it was enough. He fell. Not dramatically. Harry had expected, somehow, something more, some theatrical final moment, some great display. What actually happened was that Voldemort fell on the October grass the way things fall when they've been released, and was still. The silence afterward was extraordinary. The 11 Death Eaters stood in a loose ring around the body of the man who had organized their lives for 30 years, and several things happened to their faces in quick succession. Harry watched this process with genuine attention because it was the most human he'd seen most of them look, and then he looked at them steadily and said, without hostility but without softness, "The Aurors are on their way. I'd encourage you to be here when they arrive rather than not. The documentation of who was present here today, on which side, under what circumstances, that's going to matter. Being here voluntarily is better than being found." Several of them looked at each other. Bellatrix Lestrange looked at Harry with the expression of someone whose organizing principle has just ceased to exist, and underneath the fury and the damage there was something that was almost just a person, lost. She sat down on the grass. Harry registered this as possibly the most significant thing that had happened in the last 5 minutes. 3 others followed. Then 2 more. Then, one by one, the rest of them, until all 11 Death Eaters were sitting on the October lawn of Hogwarts, and Harry was standing among them, and Fawkes was burning on his shoulder with the light of something that has done what it came to do. Dumbledore arrived from the direction of the castle. He walked across the grounds slowly, and Harry turned to watch him come, and when Dumbledore reached him he stopped and looked at the scene, 11 Death Eaters sitting on the grass, Voldemort's body, Harry standing in the center of it all with a phoenix on his shoulder, and something moved across the old man's face that was larger than his usual expressions. He looked at the scar on Harry's forehead. It was different. Harry could feel that it was different. The lightning bolt shape was still there, faintly, but the quality of it had changed. The wrongness was gone. It was just a scar now. A mark. His. It worked, Dumbledore said. It worked, Harry confirmed. Dumbledore stood with this for a moment. Then he looked at Harry with an expression Harry had been seeing in fragments across 5 years, always partially managed, always partly contained, now fully present, without the management, without the strategy underneath it. "I'm sorry," Dumbledore said. "For the shape of the plan. For the years in the cupboard. For building around your death without telling you what I was building." "I know," Harry said. "I believed it was necessary." "I know that too," Harry said. "You were wrong, but not about everything. The protection worked. The prophecy was real. You didn't have all the variables." "I didn't have Fawkes," Dumbledore said, and there was something in how he said it, the bird's name, the old familiar name, that was private and complicated and not Harry's to decode entirely. Fawkes left Harry's shoulder. He crossed the distance between Harry and Dumbledore and landed on the old man's arm, which Dumbledore extended automatically with the instinct of 43 years. He stood there and looked at Dumbledore with those ancient eyes, and Dumbledore looked back, and whatever passed between them was beyond Harry's translation, because some conversations were conducted in a language he could understand the fact of without understanding the content. Then Fawkes came back to Harry's shoulder. Dumbledore looked at the spot on his arm where the phoenix had stood. Then he looked at Harry. "He chose correctly," he said. "He did," Harry agreed. Not with arrogance, with the same honest acknowledgement he gave everything. Fawkes had seen something in a 6-year-old in a cupboard and chosen, and the choice had been right, and saying so was just accuracy. The Aurors arrived 7 minutes later, led by Bones herself, who surveyed the scene with the expression of someone who's dealt with unusual situations for 30 years and has just encountered the ceiling of that experience. She looked at Harry. 11 surrendered Death Eaters, Harry said. 1 deceased. All yours. Is he, she started, looking at Voldemort's body. Permanently, Harry said. No anchors left. No way back. Done. She looked at him for a long moment. Are you all right? He checked. The scar was clean. The bond was warm and present and fuller than it had been, somehow, as if the soul fragment had been taking up space and its absence left room for something better. His magic felt like his. Entirely, actually, maybe for the first time. Yes, he said. I'm all right. She nodded and turned to the process of arresting 11 Death Eaters, which she did with the methodical efficiency that Harry had always found deeply satisfying about her. The school took 3 days to return to something like normal, which was actually faster than Harry had expected. McGonagall ran the immediate aftermath with the precision of someone who's been waiting 20 years to be done with this particular crisis and intends to organize her way through the resolution. Meals happened. Classes resumed. The Ministry sent people who needed things explained to them, and Harry explained, and Dumbledore explained, and eventually the people went back to the Ministry with what they needed. Sirius arrived on the second day, via flu, slightly out of breath and with the expression of someone who'd spent 48 hours in a sustained state of emotional emergency. He looked at Harry in the entrance hall for a long moment. You're fine, he said. I'm fine, Harry confirmed. Sirius grabbed him into a hug that was, structurally, somewhat more like a grip than a hug, the specific full-body relief of someone who'd been living with a terror for 2 years and had just had it resolved. Harry stood in it and felt the warmth of it and didn't say anything because there was nothing useful to say. You absolute menace, Sirius said into the top of Harry's head. I told you it would work, Harry said. You said it might work, Sirius corrected. There's a significant difference. It did work, Harry said. Which in retrospect resolves the ambiguity. Sirius made the not-quite-laugh sound. He pulled back and looked at Harry's forehead with the attention of someone examining something important. The scar, he said. Still there, Harry said. Just, quieter. Sirius touched it very gently with 2 fingers, the way you check something fragile. Then he nodded once, the nod of someone completing a private accounting. James and Lily, he said. Not a full sentence. Just the names, laid down with the weight of what they meant. I know, Harry said. Hermione found him in the library that evening, which was where she went when she needed to think and also where she knew Harry could be found for the same reason. She sat across from him and looked at him with the full focus she'd been pointing at various parts of this problem for 4 years. The scar, she said. Clean, he said. She let out a breath that she'd apparently been holding for some time. The calibration was correct. The bonfire distinguished correctly between, Hermione, Harry said. She stopped. It's done, he said. She looked at him. Then she looked at Fawkes, who was on the bookshelf above them in the relaxed posture of something that has completed a significant piece of work and is currently resting. Then she looked back at Harry. You knew it would work, she said. Not accusing, discovering. I was 91% confident, Harry said. I told you I thought it would work. You were very calm, she said. Out there. I watched from the tower. You walked out alone and you were completely calm and she stopped. I was not completely calm. I know, he said. I saw your face when I left. And you left anyway, she said. Because being not calm was your job in that moment, he said. Someone had to be afraid on my behalf. I had the inside job. She looked at him for a long moment, and then she did something she didn't usually do, which was reach across the library table and take his hand briefly and press it once and let it go, which was Hermione saying the words for which had already been said in all the ways that mattered. Thursday study group, she said, letting go. Thursday, he agreed. Draco's been waiting on that arithmancy problem. He's been wrong about the third variable for 2 weeks, she said, and something in her face went more normal, the familiar territory of a problem that was solvable and known. Tell him gently, Harry said. I'll tell him accurately, she said. Which with Draco is the same thing, Harry said, and she almost smiled, which for Hermione in that moment was considerable. He went to Dumbledore's office on Thursday. Not because it was required, there was nothing formally required anymore, the crisis resolved, the war ended in an afternoon on an October lawn. He went because the conversation that had been building across 5 years still had something in it that hadn't been completed. Dumbledore was at his desk. The silver instrument was in the corner, dark now, all lights out, which meant nothing or everything depending on how you looked at it. Harry looked at it for a moment. 2 years ago, Harry said, sitting down, you described your plan. The one that required me to die. Yes, Dumbledore said. You've been building that plan since I was born, Harry said. Longer, since you understood what Voldemort was doing with the Horcruxes, since you understood the prophecy. 15 years of architecture, all pointing toward one outcome. Yes, Dumbledore said again. And I want to ask you something honestly, Harry said. And I want an honest answer. Dumbledore looked at him. Ask. Did you believe it, Harry said. The plan. Did you genuinely believe it was the only way, or did you, at some point, stop looking because it was easier to commit to one answer than to keep searching for another? The silence in the office was very long. The portraits weren't pretending to sleep. They were watching openly, which was unusual enough that Harry noticed it, a century's worth of headmasters attending to this specific question. Both, Dumbledore said finally. The honest answer is both. I believed it because the evidence supported it and I couldn't find the alternative. And I also stopped looking, at a point. Because looking hurt. He looked at his hands. Every time I searched for another way, I encountered the same walls. And after enough walls, a man begins to tell himself that the walls are comprehensive rather than that he has missed a door. The Phoenix Accord was the door, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. I would never have found it. Not because I wasn't capable, I like to think I was capable, but because I wasn't looking through the right eyes. He paused. You had to be the one to find it. Fawkes chose me because I'd find it, Harry said. I think so, Dumbledore said. I think Fawkes has always known things several steps ahead of the rest of us. He looked at the empty perch in the corner, it was still there, after 5 years, though Fawkes no longer used it. He was with me for 43 years. I thought I knew him. You did, Harry said. You just didn't know what he was waiting for. You, Dumbledore said. A door, Harry said. He was waiting for the door. Dumbledore sat with this. The fire burned low. Outside the windows, the October evening was going dark, the grounds quiet and ordinary in the way that places are quiet after something enormous has resolved itself. What do you want to do now? Dumbledore asked. After. When this year ends. When the next one begins. What does Harry Potter want? It was the first time anyone had asked it that way, not what would Harry do, not what was Harry's plan, but what did he want? He sat with the question for a moment. I want to finish school, he said. I want Sirius to have a life that isn't defined by 11 years in Azkaban. I want Neville to have his greenhouse and Hermione to have whatever she decides to do, which will be extraordinary. I want Draco to have finished working out who he is without the expectations his family put on it. He paused. I want to understand the Phoenix Accord better. We barely scratched the surface of what it can do. Fawkes and I have been so focused on the problem that we haven't had time to just explore it. Fawkes, on his shoulder, pulsed something that was warmth and a feeling Harry recognized as eagerness, not the urgency of something that needed doing, but the specific forward-leaning feeling of something that looked forward to what came next. And Dumbledore, Harry said. The old man looked at him. I want you to teach me things, Harry said. Not the managed version, the real things. You know magic I'll never find in a book because you invented some of it, and you've been doing this for 150 years, and I'd rather spend the next 2 years learning from you than working around you. He paused. If you're willing. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. I would be honored, he said. Quietly. No management. No warmth deployed as a tool. Just the thing itself. Good, Harry said. He stood. Saturday morning. Saturday morning, Dumbledore agreed. Harry walked to the door. He stopped with his hand on the frame and turned back. The instrument, he said, nodding at the silver device in the corner. The one that monitored the Horcruxes. Yes. You can put it away now, Harry said. It's done. Dumbledore looked at the instrument for a moment. Then he got up, with the careful movement of someone who's old enough that standing is a decision, and picked it up and looked at it, all dark, all lights out, and then he put it in the drawer of his desk and closed it. He looked at Harry. Harry nodded once and left. He went to the astronomy tower, because it was Thursday evening and the sky was clear, and he developed a habit of sitting up there when he wanted to think without the specific density of a castle full of people. Fawkes settled on the parapet beside him and they sat together in the way they'd been sitting together for 9 years, comfortable, wordless, the bond humming between them like a second heartbeat that had become so familiar Harry noticed it now only in the way you notice your own breathing, present and necessary in his. The grounds were dark below them. The lake caught the starlight. Somewhere in the forest something moved through the trees with the unhurried ease of a creature that has nothing to fear tonight. He thought about his parents. Not in the way he used to, the ache of an absence he'd never been able to make concrete, but with something clearer. James who'd charge in, Lily who'd read everything, and the third thing that was his own. He thought about the mirror, what it had shown him at 11, his parents, the cord of gold, not alone. He thought about how the mirror showed you your deepest desire and his deepest desire had always been exactly this, the cord of gold, the people around him who chose to be there, the warmth that was a verb instead of a noun. He had that now. He'd built it, over 5 years, in parallel with everything else. Fawkes made the deep sound, the bedrock sound, the you matter sound, and Harry turned to look at him in the dark. The phoenix was simply there, steady and warm, with the ancient eyes that had looked at him in a cupboard when he was 6 and seen something worth choosing and had been right. Thank you, Harry said. For leaving him. For finding me. Fawkes looked at him. For the timing of it, Harry said. You came when I needed you and not a moment before, and I know that's not an accident, and I don't know how you knew, and I don't think the how matters. He looked at the sky. I'm glad you came. The bond pulsed. The warmth moved through him, complete and simple, the deepest version of the feeling he'd spent 3 years trying to find the right word for. Not alone. You matter. You are worth choosing. You are enough. All of those, and underneath all of those, something he finally had the word for, home. The sky was very clear. The stars were out in number, the way stars come out in October at altitude in Scotland, not the polite few you see from a city, but the actual number, which is staggering if you let it be. He and Fawkes sat together and looked at the sky for a long time and said nothing else because nothing else needed saying. Below them the castle hummed with its centuries of magic and its current population of students who were, most of them, studying or arguing or eating illicit snacks in their dormitories and not thinking about anything particularly large. Somewhere in the castle Neville was probably in the greenhouse, Hermione was probably annotating something, Sirius was probably fleeing from Grimmauld Place to bother McGonagall about something. Somewhere a former Death Eater was making a choice about what came next, and somewhere a boy named Draco Malfoy was working out the third variable in an arithmancy problem he'd been wrong about for 2 weeks, and somewhere in Albania there was a forest that was no longer occupied by anything that frightened the birds. Harry sat on the astronomy tower and felt the world in the specific way that comes after something enormous has been completed, not empty, the way you might expect, but full. Richer. The way a room feels after a window's been opened. He had 2 more years of school. He had Sirius and Hermione and Neville and the beginning of Draco and the beginning of something with Dumbledore that he thought might actually become the thing it should have been from the start. He had the Phoenix Accord and everything it was still capable of that he hadn't explored yet, the full depth of it, the magic at the intersection of what he was and what Fawkes was, which he was fairly sure nobody had ever had the time to actually map. He had Fawkes, who had come to a cupboard under the stairs when Harry was 6 years old and seen in a quiet, careful, hungry, observant little boy the person whose deepest nature matched his own, and had said, yes. This one. He had the world. He had, which was something he'd been building toward his whole life without knowing that was what he was doing, the time to find out what all of it was for. He leaned back against the parapet and closed his eyes and breathed the cold October air, and beside him the Phoenix burned, warm and permanent and entirely, completely his.